Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. We're gonna be doing more Lostbelt 6. How y'all doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm doing all right myself. We're gonna get right on in. Last we left off, we found out that Mashu was sent, 2,400 years in the past, and that she traveled along with Ash, who looks just like Artoria, the hero of the past, who's been around for ages, stopping calamities and all that jazz. But she got depressed and kind of gave up, not really wanting to save anybody anymore, and ultimately Mashu then went to sleep. She went into some kind of like hibernation slumber thing for that entire time, and now she's waiting for us to go find her. We've discovered that Kuhalin, the white doggo here, is actually being a pseudo-servant for Odin, who has miraculously perceived not only the incineration of humanity, but the trouble with the Lostbelt way in advance, and has been prepping for this very moment, apparently, by having Ku more or less look after Mashu in various ways. So yeah, that's mainly it. We're about to get Mashu back, finally. I certainly hope, anyway. Baku said there's a bunch of ghosts in the way before we can actually reach Mashu, which is kind of a pain. As well as the fact that Totorot is a Habitrot from the past, and she knew very much ahead of time that Mashu was sent into the past, and it makes perfect sense. And she even knew where to find her, so she led us that way. A ruler, huh? Interesting. That's different. That's very different. Show me my Avengers. Who's my best Avengers? The Avengers! I got Spishtar. Yeah, let's use Spishtar. And then as a backup, can't go wrong with the Jolter. Actually, no, we could use you too. Alright. Should be good. Need to catch up on the story. You've been playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2. That's cool. Very good game. Ah. Dude, it's so quiet. And ominous. How strange. I can't remember if Space Ishtar's is AoE. Let's find out. I should check that first, right? All enemies. Alright, that works perfect. Dude, the silence is eerie. And she's arts, so this should work out quite well. What is my thing? I think I show my thing, well, not that thing. For context, Dark as God asked me what my thing is if Gorgon is not my thing. And so I'd say, like, well, obviously someone like Space Ishtar is my thing. Artoria is my thing. Morgan's my thing. All the characters you see me using. This is my thing. Whatever this is, I love it! Oh. Hold on a second, my dog's wheezing. Hana. Come here, girl. Hana. You okay, girl? Come here. Come here, Kana. Quite. Come here. Oh, girl, come here. Quite. You alright, little baby girl? Okay, love. Poor girl. Yeah, it's pretty stuffy today, I admit. Oh, baby girl. No, the urinary tract infection is not doing any better or worse than last time. She just has occasional bouts of wheezing as well. In this case, it's very likely, seems like something that would be allergy related. Watching the Solomon movie. I like that movie. It's good. Oh, sorry. Had to come back. And another fight. What my favorite color is? Honestly, I think probably black. Usually it's black, red, and purple. You think better, Pyra, Mithra, or Nia? Pyra, easily. You just watched my oldest video? The one on RPG battle systems? Yeah, that's my very first video. This fog is nuts! Don't be hasty. The bell tower's not going anywhere. We need to take it nice and slow through this fog if we're gonna stick together. Hey, Grimmer. We've covered enough ground by now that we ought to be at the bell tower. Hell, we just went up a big staircase a little while ago, so why are these things... What can I say? This stuff happens. Druids aren't usually the ones to commune with the dead, but what the hell. They're asking you if you're qualified. Looks like they really don't want you going on ahead. What do you say, Sarah? Want to wait here until the fog clears up? Hell nah. You heard the lady, gents. We appreciate your warning, but you needn't have bothered. What are you guys still doing here anyway? Souls are supposed to reincarnate. Here, how about we help speed that along? At least there's music this time. やだな。早炊きです、カルウェナ。戦いですか。早炊きです、カルウェナ。白兵戦、行きます。早炊きです、カルウェナ。生き返る。腰が違うのです。腰が。兵法無尽、ショータイム。 What you think of yourself? That's very vague. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Damn, that didn't kill either of you. That's annoying as shit. You better not put any, evades on. Alright. When in doubt, hit him again! Oh, you bastard. Okay, good. I had my guts. You're not gonna kill me that easy, prick. Kengo Bato! The dark round will rise again. How is Ari-chan doing? She's doing okay. She's mostly resting up today. They've got her going into the office next week. Because they're doing a big move. She has to supervise all the IT stuff in her office. You managed to get all of the Fairy Knights, Tristan, Gawain, and Lancelot. Nice. You've got all their skills to level 10? Jeez. Yeah, that's a lot of QP, man. And now it's snowing. We made it to the top. There's the bell tower, just like Grimmer said. And over there is Sleeping Beauty. She's so cute. Is she sealed in ice? That's right. She's been in this coffin for the past 2,400 years, since Fey Era 400. 2,400 years? Why? Your guess is as good as mine. You'll have to ask her about that yourself. But according to the notes the first Grimmer left, the coffin's spell should be lifted once her master touches it. You made it. You two are finally reunited. However...
Well, not if we have anything to say about it.
Looks like there's still one last obstacle left to overcome. You won't be able to get near the coffin or the bell unless we do something about those things. Give 'em hell, Artoria. You're the only one who can beat them. What's your face? Why are you like that? Are you okay with this, Habitrot? Even though they're calling your name? I'm fine, you're just hearing things. Go on, Artoria, get 'em! Get 'em, get 'em! This terrace, beloved by a group of gentle, peaceful fairies, is Orkney's holiest place. The ancient era these spirits belong to is long over. It's time they left. Okay. Just tell me what class you are. Oh, it's like the same frickin' thing we just did. But they want me to do it without my, Artoria. God damn it. Why you gotta make it so difficult? Seriously, someone's gonna have a waiver. Come on now. Waiver. Waiver, there's a waiver. Yay. Here we go again, rebuilding the party from scratch. That'll do. Triple Castoria? No, I can't do a triple. I see. God, this music is weird. It's interesting. It's just very unconventional. Oh, we're fighting ourselves. That's weird. Even if you didn't get him to 10, that's still impressive. Hey-yo! And now he's gonna make himself invincible. You know what? You think you're gonna use your Noble Phantasm, but you're not. Dumbass. There's no fair. In fact, are you invincible the whole turn? Are you just cheating? Yeah, you're just wasting a turn. Alright, let's just clobber on, the savior. Who made Rule 34? That's a good question. You mean like the originator of the website? Presumably a man of culture. Or woman. Probably not, but you never know. Is that your Excalibur? Wait, you just don't use a Noble Phantasm? What the hell, man? Whatever. Yes, we can wish you luck for your medals. May you get all the medals you need for all the skill ups you could possibly want. I'm doing okay. Definitely better than I was yesterday. God damn it. Whatever. I think you just summoned your worst nightmare, though. Dude! I mean, he does have a hefty amount of, whatchamacallits. Attack ups. Oh, now you're gonna... Oh, what? Alright, fine. Be that way, asshole. You saved that until you felt like it. How did Artoria survive that?
悪い代だ
Huh. Oh well. Mashu's gonna have to rescue herself then, I guess.
えいえいあーカッティングスプレーシューッとえいえいあーよまっすぐですねいいですよドッカーン、うん、ごめんなさい大丈夫活動的に白兵戦行きますよーしもちろんいいですよ
Why is Mashu there? Because she's part of the party. She's not part of the narrative. You know, you can still use her as a playable character even if she's not there in the story, you know what I mean? Good job, Mashu. You've successfully rescued yourself.
今回はうまくいきました
Who is that Knight of Londinium? It's a shadow servant of, Arthur. Like, male Arthur. Isn't that... You did good, Artoria. I think you've both come to terms with things now. Once you ring the bell, Orkney's role will be over. But first things first. Pat the Kohai. Go ahead and touch the coffin, Sarah. Once you do, she'll be back to normal, lickety-split. Run up to her immediately. Yes! 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 Ooh, I like this animation. It's very cool. Thaw out my waifu! You got a lot of splaining to do. Did you not see the last stream? It was all about that. I also recapped it at the beginning of this stream. Ash is pissed. Why? 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 This was supposed to be the greatest day in Britain's history. Everything was supposed to change for the better. But they killed Uther. They slaughtered my entire round table. Like they were just trash. They asked the world of us. They thought the world of Uther. But now they've poisoned him. They were too afraid to even face him. Cowards! Uther, talk to me! Uther! Uther! Say something! Please, say anything! Just open your eyes! I never let failure stop me. I've kept trying all these thousands of years. Am I doomed to fail here too? Is it still not enough? Am I not enough? Is it not... Can I not save Britain? Is there no Britain that cannot... Is there no Britain that can be mine? Peace, equality. I never should have tried for either. How dare they? How dare they? I will never forgive them. Ever. How many streams until the game is finished? That's a good question. I don't know, man. I can't predict that. And then, I'll be taking a break for Saturday and Sunday, but I'll be back to streaming Monday if it comes to it. If I, for some reason, finish it today, then yippee, but I doubt it. I was born in this Britain over 3,000 years ago. I've defeated every calamity I've faced until today. But I was always hated afterward, never praised, never loved. Then one day, after I awoke from the latest of so many hibernations I'd been forced to undergo to hide from the fairies, I finally understood. My enemy wasn't just the calamities, it was the fairies of Britain as well. They were pure and innocent in the truest sense. They enjoyed both good and evil things alike without losing either that purity or innocence. Why break? Because I'm human and I want to take a weekend off and enjoy myself. We are freeing Mashu right now, yes. They were pure and innocent in the truest sense. They enjoyed both good and evil things alike without losing either that purity or innocence. They are, at their core, no different than those loathsome humans who drove me from Britain. So I crushed every possible source of malice, vested interests, discrimination, oppression, envy, mockery, all of it. I tore up every weed to prevent malice from taking root, and all with their knowledge and consent. Maybe not every fairy agreed, but by and large, they understood what I did would create a better future and supported it. But just enough malice remained. A few fairies took one look at the foundation of peace so many had worked hard to build, and tore it apart because they didn't like it, because they could. I give up. If even all this failed, if it's all come to nothing, then I can never believe in people's so-called goodness, nor ever understand it. Even if I did, what would be the point? Everything I did, everything I worked for, was just a waste of time. After all these times they betrayed me, I should have known better, but I still clung foolishly to a sliver of hope. And now, because I wasted my time caring about something so utterly absurd, I've failed yet again. If my intent is to keep Britain alive, if that's what I want, then I was a fool to think being its savior was the way to accomplish it. No more. I will find another way, a better way. That's it. I won't deliver the fairies' absolution. I won't deliver salvation. Enough of this fairy of paradise, of being Avalon Le Fay. I should have ruled this land from the start. There it is! It's Ash the Agitator! Capture her alive! The clan heads have ordered that she be made to stand trial. Wait, stop! I'm not Ash, I'm not! But wait, who am I? Who am I? I heard a fairy screaming in the distance. She wasn't me. She was the one who sold us out to the clan heads. I used my magecraft to erase her memories and make her look like me. Once again, everyone will believe Ash the Savior is dead. This time, she won't come back. Well, that's pretty douchey. I'm gonna make you take the fall for it. Oof. Why concern myself with the calamities? I can't be bothered to stop every little act of destruction. I have a more important task to focus on. In 400 years, before the next great calamity arrives. The Tree of Emptiness. A needle made on a foreign planet to close the seam in the universe. I already know how it works. It's beautifully designed, but that is of no consequence to me. Take the rest of the universe for all I care. Celestials fear, but Britain is mine. I'm going to end this cosmic fantasy and make my own dream come true. No more of this Lostbelt what-if absurdity. I will make my Britain real, even if I must stitch it to the fabric of this planet myself. Is that what she's using the Rongo mini ads for? Londinium is destroyed. The Savior has no doubt been executed in Salisbury by now. Hector has already gone his own way. It is only us heading to Orkney. You were right all along, Mashu. Our whole pilgrimage was for nothing. What? No, that's not... Please don't look so sad. I've grown used to this. Besides everything, all of this, even the conversation we're having now, is merely a hypothetical the Tree of Emptiness is creating. It doesn't matter what we do, the Fey era is going to end, and the era of the High Queen will begin. Ash's failure was probably inevitable. I just couldn't handle the way things ended, that's all. Ash. Londinium is destroyed, Ash is executed, and the first Tam Lin goes to Orkney along with her coffin. That's how the Savior's tale ended in the era of High Queen you came from. So we need to make sure that's exactly how things turn out, or there'll be paradoxes when you wake up. The Fey era will last for 400 more years, then in its 12,000th year, the next great calamity will destroy everything, and the era of the High Queen will begin without the Tree of Emptiness. Once the era of the High Queen begins, you will be unable to act as Mashu until after the calamity of Norwich in 2019. If you do anything at all as Mashu, the world will see you as a paradox from the Fey era and erase you. I see. So the moment I was sent into the Fey era with the water mirror, I was bound to live out the rest of my life in it. And to get back to the time I came from, I need to be inside a quantum coffin. That's right. Even though we know how ray shifting works, we can't travel through space-time without a coffin. That's probably exactly why Morgan only sends calamities back into the Fey era. The Fey era can tolerate a few inconsistencies. As long as the era of the High Queen remains intact, nothing else matters to her. I doubt she cares at all about the suffering the calamities she sends back to the Fey era will cause. Yeah, she's talking to Mashu. Besides, to be perfectly honest, I knew how this was going to turn out. Even if you had never come from the future to make it clear, I've always known the Savior will fail. Huh? So you already knew that the Fey era would end and the era of the High Queen would follow it? No, that part I did not know. But by the year you came from, AD 2019, or 14,019 in Fey era terms, Britain would already be destroyed. That's what happened in the first Lostbelt Britain, the real one. But I didn't like that, so I came to the Fey era from the future like you. Oh. From my perspective, this has always been the second version of this world. Though now that you're here, I suppose you could call it the third. Or maybe it's just a slightly different take on the second, since we kept the basic chain of events the same. Can I ask you something? Does that mean your real name is... Oh good, it looks like Totorot found us a small boat. Come on, let's go, Mashu. That is Galahad, first of the Tam Lin. That is your name, now that you're going into the coffin. I'm having a good stream. What have you missed? Well, we're rescuing Mashu and finding out some pretty crazy backstory of what happened 2,400 years ago. Have you said your goodbyes to Totorot? I see, so she made a promise to you. I think I'd better explain something to you, Galahad. When the Fey era transitions into the era of the High Queen, all the information that was added in this second version of the world will be erased. The era of the High Queen will be a continuation of the events from the original second version. The first and new second versions will never have existed. God, that's confusing. The only thing that will carry over is you, sleeping in this coffin. In 400 years, when the era of the High Queen has begun, I don't think I will even remember you. More precisely, I'll become the second version of myself once again. So if a fairy were to try and bring memories from this new second version into the era of the High Queen, then the world would perceive that fairy as a foreign element, a being who was never part of the second version's Fae era. You mean, it'll be as though she never existed in this history? I'll do my best to prevent that from happening. As long as no one perceives the contradiction in history, she should still be able to exist. It's no trouble. I already intended to have you forget everything I'm about to tell you for as long as you remain in Britain anyway. Listen to me closely, Galahad. What I'm about to tell you now is for after you wake up from your slumber. If you and Chaldea should succeed at excising Morgan's Fairy Britain, then the battle that awaits you in the next Lostbelt will be the same as the one I face. It will be a battle to make peace with your own heart, a battle to understand life itself. As good as your reasons to fight have been, you've lacked the will to do so. You may not have been aware of it, but you've been thinking of the power to hurt others, to hurt the world, as something bad. Consequently, you've been running from it. But everyone has the ability to cause harm, and the responsibility that comes with it. It isn't that humans want to do good, they just keep choosing things that they think will give them the best possible future. And there's no right answer in those choices, no matter how many people they may end up saving. Since there are no right answers, you must decide for yourself what to protect, and what you will fight against, Galahad. You will come to know many hearts and minds, and all will be different. Some will try to understand, some will refuse to give up. Some will be accepting, some will refuse to succumb to hate. Some will try to shake hurt off, some will refuse to be corrupted or influenced. But no matter how wonderful a person they may be, they will never have a heart free of conflict. Every heart has its battles to fight. Please, try to stop running from that. Because when the hole in your heart is filled with a reason to fight that's all your own, then Galahad will once again entrust you with all of his power. Ah! No heart is free of conflict, no matter what sort of person you are. That's right. You'll probably have forgotten this by the time you wake up, but when the time comes, I will make sure you remember. Though even I can't say whether you'll become someone different like I did, or if you'll remain yourself as you continue to grow. This is goodbye. Oh, one final thing. You should know that even if you should meet me after you wake up, I won't know you. I may think of the coffin I left here after you're caught up in the water mirror in Norwich. I may even realize what it all means. But I'm quite sure that the me you meet then will no longer be Ash. Thank you so much for everything, Ash. Even if you knew how things were going to turn out. I still think your journey did the name Savior justice. Well, sure. We gave it all we had, didn't we? Farewell, brave knight of the future. In light of your achievements, I'll let you in on a secret. Ash the Savior isn't my real name. My adoptive mother gave it to me after Orkney was destroyed. My true name is Morgan. I'm Avalon Le Fay, the Fairy of Paradise who washed up here from the planet's inner sea to save Britain. I'm also King Arthur's archenemy, the witch who destroyed all of Britain in proper human history. That is the name of the Lostbelt's king who awaits you in the distant future, the one Chaldea must defeat. So in other words, she's gonna become Morgan. Or the Morgan that we know. That's so confusing. If she knows that, then why is she telling us? The ice. It's breaking. Well, she was always Morgan for sure, but she's calling herself Ash. I'm just wondering which incarnation. Dude, this is epic. Poor Mashu. She's been through so much. Whoa, I've got you, Mashu. Is this Orkney? I think I was just told something very important. Are you awake now? Senpai? Yeah, it's me. Welcome back, Mashu. For good this time. So you say. Right. I'm back, Senpai. Aw, I love this song. I've been on a very, very long journey. There's so many things I want to tell you. There's Sheffield, the Fey era, and Ash the Savior, the one who sent me back here. Why'd they show us that again? Okay, what are you saying? So, since the past of the Lostbelt before the Queen's era was a simulation run by the Tree of Emptiness's Morgan from the Queen's era won't remember the changes. Catch you later, Darkest God. So yeah, Morgan, who surprisingly looks exactly like Artoria, washed up here as Morgan, Avalon the Fae, tried to be its savior, failed, and then got so pissed off she became the proper Morgan that we see in this Lostbelt, and took over. And so, at long last, she and Sarah were reunited. Finally freed from the coffin, she took her in her arms and held her tight. They embraced warmly but quietly, each treasuring the other's presence. Yeah, I know. It wasn't her fault she failed, per se. Upon seeing this heartwarming and eye-searing sight, I found myself letting out a sigh of relief and disappointment. The mage from the world of humans. A young woman upon whom others placed a crushing burden, regardless of how she felt about it. Sure, she isn't perfect. She lied, obfuscated, and made plenty of mistakes. But it was also abundantly clear that she was doing her best to hide her dissatisfaction, no matter how much she tried to cover it up. That's why I couldn't help but come with her all this way. But now I can see she has a true friend, one she really cares about. That's great. It makes sense, really. She would never have made it this far if she hadn't put her trust in others. Of course, I should have known that she and I were nothing alike. Huh. You know, I'm just going to stop making assumptions and just enjoy the story, and hope to God it makes a little sense even more later. That's everything I experienced here in Britain. To sum up, there have been 2 iterations of the Fae eras. Ash the Savior has been alive for 6,000 years, and she's also actually Queen Morgan. And while Ash wasn't capable of it, as Queen Morgan, she's able to ray-shift things. Finally, Ash also referred to herself as the Fairy of Paradise. Does any of that help? Definitely. If nothing else, I now have a pretty good idea as to how the era of the High Queen, that is, the current era, Fairy Britain, came about. You do? I didn't get it at all. My only thought after hearing all this was, I guess Japan ain't the only island nation whose people had nothing better to do than fight each other. Believe me, that's got nothing to do with being islands. It's pretty much the same in Europe. Wherever there are territorial, religious, and/or class differences, you're going to get war. That said, since an island nation obviously doesn't have to worry about invaders, as much thanks to its lack of adjoining land, that warfare does inevitably end up being waged among its own people. But even so, there's something off about this Britain. Sure, it's had more than its share of problems, like the lack of land, lack of humans, and a different ethnic group taking up residence in the form of northern fairies. But even so, they should have been able to put aside their differences and come together as a nation sooner. And yet it sounds like there was no end of war during all the Fae era, no matter how many times the Savior smoothed things over. Do you know what the cause of that constant discord was, Sarah? The Fairy of Paradise? That's right. The Fairy of Paradise, Avalon Le Fay. In addition to the clan's turf war, their main dispute was what to do about her. Their opinions were split right down the middle. But before we get into that, I think we'd better clear up what exactly the Fairy of Paradise is. Isn't that right, Artoria? Go on, then! It's about time you told them the duty you've known about since... No, the duty you were given when you were born. Easy, Grimmer. You don't have to be that hard on her. You mean I didn't tell you already? That's weird. Guess it slipped my mind. Okay, I can tell you now then. It's not like it's any big secret after all. As you can probably guess from the name, the Fairy of Paradise is a fairy that was sent here from Avalon, the planet's inner sea. The duty part, though, that's a little vague. When I was born, I heard a voice telling me, venture into Britain and right its wrongs. That's it. That's all I got. I think it must have been the same for my predecessor, the Fairy of the Lake. Apparently, the Fairy of Paradise is a star seed that washed up on Earth's surface from Paradise. If she's lucky enough to take root on the surface, she then becomes an infant of sorts, and keeps growing like a human until she reaches her mature form. Most fairies seem to either love her or hate her for that. Morgan, must have been a star seed when she washed up in Orkney all those years ago. The Rain Clan's leader then raised her as her daughter, which ultimately led to Orkney being destroyed. In my case, I'm guessing I was first washed up in the Lake District, after which the Mirror Clan leader threw me out to sea. It was probably sheer luck that the fairies of Tintagel found and rescued me. So the clans saw the Fairy of Paradise as their enemy? Well, yes, but not all of them. If nothing else, the head of the Rain Clan raised Morgan like she was her own daughter. though that also led the other clans putting aside their differences just to wipe them out. It's the upper-class fairies with the most prominent bloodlines who most hate and fear the Fairy of Paradise. And that's because she wasn't born in Britain? That's right. The Fairy of Paradise may be a fairy, but she's not a British fairy. As far as the clans are concerned, both Morgan and Artoria are invaders from a foreign land. It's like they're the Saxons now. Well, more specifically, they see them as the Isle's rightful heirs. The Rain Clan heard the voice of Paradise and decided to follow the Fairy of Paradise. They believed Morgan was truly meant to be the Isle's king. For them, the pilgrimage was probably a ritual meant to return Britain to its rightful king. But the other clans, Wind, Earth, Fang, and Wing, refused to accept that. Instead, they all banded together to destroy the Rain Clan and their hometown of Orkney. Right, that's the fall of Orkney that took place in Fey Era 4000. But the Fairy of Paradise survived that attack and began a journey to save Britain under the name Ash. Yep, that was probably the key point. How do you mean? Let's go over the whole timeline briefly to make sure we're all on the same page. I hope you don't mind, Artoria, but it'll make things easier for us if we use the BC method of counting. 12,000 BC, the British Lostbelt, a world composed solely of fairies, comes into existence. 11,000 BC, this is probably when the first great calamity struck. 6,000 BC, Britain's landmass grows out as far as what we call Scotland. The southern fairies encounter the northern fairies, who had been living off the woods formed on Albion's remains, and the War of Spring begins. After the war, the Rain Clan and Mirren Clan build their own kingdoms, where the war was fought. 4,000 BC, the Fairy of Paradise washes up at Orkney, which is summarily destroyed by the Clan Alliance. 2000 BC, the Northern Fairies arrive on British soil once again, from Ireland to the west. This leads to the War of Summer, which would have wiped out the clans if Ash hadn't stopped in to broker peace. The Northern Fairies are then welcomed into Britain as a new clan, the King Clan. 400 BC, the War of Autumn. The Round Table, a group of humans and human sympathizers, begin an armed uprising in the name of peaceful coexistence. This leads to Uther, a human knight, being recognized by the clans as the first king of Britain. But then, in Londinium, on the day of Uther's coronation, a group of insurrectionists destroy the Round Table. Uther is poisoned, Ash is executed. Not the real Ash, a fake Ash, right? And the Savior is never seen in Britain again. And finally, we come to 1 BC. The year a great calamity wipes out most of the fairies in Britain and puts an end to the Fey Era. That's a rough timeline of the major events of the Fey Era, based on all the information we have so far. So, what's this key point you mentioned? What else? The point where the timeline diverges into a first and second version. In the first version, the original timeline, the Fairy of Paradise must have been killed in Orkney during the massacre in 4000 BC. Really? In that timeline, Britain experienced a number of catastrophes. And in 1 BC, it ultimately became a completely dead wasteland. There may have been a few straggling survivors, but the land would never again gain the numbers it needed to flourish as a seed. I guess that for the next 2,000 years or so, it became a vast wasteland where lower-class fairies were just barely able to eke out a subsistence level of existence, with nothing in the way of civilization. But if the Fairy of Paradise survives the attack in 4000 BC, then we get Fairy Britain we know now, huh? Gotcha. So she really is protecting Britain, at least technically. That's right. Over 90% of the fairy population was wiped out by the Great Calamity of 1 BC. That's when the debut they incurred at Londinium finally caught up to them. It all happened on an unprecedented scale. There was a calamity of the beast, which devoured the fairy cities, and the calamity of the flame, which razed everything to the ground. According to the first Grimmer's notes, those are the two calamities that ended the British Lostbelt. However, we still don't know how she did it, but it was after all that went down that Morgan began a new era. She must have used a spell powerful enough to wither the whole damn tree of emptiness. That was when she stopped the British Lostbelt from ending there and revived it as Fairy Britain. Yep, when she did, the fairies who'd nearly been driven to extinction came back as their next generation successors. And just a few months later, things were back to normal, with the clans at each other's throats again. That was when an invader appeared, one that had all the fairies quaking in their boots. She came from Orkney, Britain's long-forgotten north, and storms came with her. Once again, the fairies banded together to try and kill her. She was far stronger than all of them combined. And so the invader dominated all of Britain's fairies herself, and built the castle of Camelot beside the pit as a sign of her dominance. That invader was Morgan, and the war her invasion began was the War of Winter. It's the event that ushered in the first year of the Era of the High Queen, or 1 AD in proper human history. But so what? However she might have ended up there, Morgan's still a threat to proper human history, and must be stopped. So as another Fairy of Paradise like her, you're the only one who can defeat her and return Britain to the way it should be. Right, I guess so. Oh, what do you think, Mashu? Do you want to fight Morgan? I did think of Queen Morgan as a friend. But I'm still willing to fight her. The question is, if presumably Morgan was killed in Orkney on the first timeline, leading to a crappy little Lostbelt, how did we get a second timeline in the first place? What allowed that to happen? You know what I mean? That's a very strange issue. How did we go back in time and have Morgan not die in 4000 BC? But I'm still willing to fight her. I promised Bogart, Rob, Wag, Winky, and so many others that I would save the fairies of Britain. I will try talking to her first, of course, but if she won't listen, and fighting is our only option, then I won't hold back. I may be the Ash the Savior's friend, but I'm not one of Queen Morgan's knights. Right, of course. Man, she's so responsible. Are you done talking now? Then hurry up and ring the bell so we can get back to Britain already. I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough of this cold. Plus, the others are probably worried about us. That's right, Habitrot is here too, Mashu. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. Habitrot, was it? You must be one of the fairies who's been helping Senpai out on her journey here. It's a pleasure to meet you. What? Thanks, but you really don't have to be so formal. I'm just kind of along for the ride. What's going on? What's there to say? This is how it is. I mean, when did I say she and I were friends or even acquaintances? I'm just a guide, that's all. And now my job's done, I can go back to taking it easy. Huh? I mean, sure, you did just kind of show up out of nowhere. And even though you've been great about keeping Sarah's spirits up, we never did learn much about you. So why did you do all this? And how do you already know Grimmer? Oh, that? He and I met here a long time ago, right, Grimmer? This was all part of your plan, wasn't it? Yeah, I guess so. I probably did plan all this. Nice job, Habitrot. Now everything's wrapped up nice and neat. See, I might just be a weak lower-class fairy, but I'm worried about Fairy Britain, too. Now go on and ring the bell, Child of Prophecy. Oh, the answer to the first divergence, Morgan surviving, is that proper human histories Morgan, the one Barrel summoned, used a form of ray shifting to change that. Okay. Okay, so we've got Lostbelt Timeline 1. I mean, I guess no matter what, it was still built upon Albion's corpse and, frickin' Cernunos or whatever, gifting the 6 primordial fairies land or whatever, right? And then, time went on, Morgan was born, but then killed 4,000 years prior, 4,000 BC, that is, and, then it became a wasteland that remained all the way up until the modern time, when Barrel showed up, and he's like, oh, this place is, like, fucked. And so he summons a servant, Morgan, Servant Morgan, and she's like, okay, and I guess so she somehow did something to fix the timeline so that the Morgan that dies 4000 BC survives, goes on a journey as Ash, fails to save people, gets pissed off, and becomes a different Morgan, presumably. I mean, she already was Morgan, but yeah, the Ash that we know is now, like, quite literally the Morgan Le Fay we've been fighting. So it makes you wonder where Servant Morgan is right now. Weird, weird. Now what I don't get is why Mashu can't remember Habitrot, but she can remember Winky. Now go on and ring the bell, Child of Prophecy. Once you do that, you'll finally be on level ground with Morgan. Alright. I thought there was more bells to ring, though. I'm still not entirely sure what's going on, but I can't say no to those eyes. Song of Paradise, voice of the inner sea. You who are born to be selected, to decide the fate of this land, and to see justice done. The bells of the bones of Inception shall show you the way. Forgive us these sins. So why is Odin an ally? Most gods independent of Chaldea have been hostile. I don't know, man. I'm still trying to figure this out. I can't tell if the Odin we're talking about is proper human history's Odin, or the Lostbelt one. That, well, I guess, wasn't Odin destroyed by Fenrir, or whatever, in the Lostbelt? Dai, did you figure out the sus thing about Gareth? Not yet. Man, going back was way easier than getting here. Then I take it we're headed to Edinburgh next, right? We discussed it in Orkney? Yep, we gotta go to Knocknorea. Last time she wouldn't even give us the time of day. But now Artori is the leader of the Round Table Army, and she's rung 4 of the bells of pilgrimage. Between that and the fact that she and Knocknorea are old friends, She should be more willing to negotiate with us. It's our Odin? Right. Right, because the Lostbelts weren't a thing when he was planning this whole Singularity F nonsense. Right, Artoria? Huh? Wait, are we at the Ashen Shore? Something on your mind? Oh, I see. We already made it back. I guess I zoned out. So did the bell ring like it's supposed to? Am I any different now? Don't worry, the bell rang nice and loud, and your spirit origin's definitely stronger. You might still be no match for Morgan, but no ordinary fairy stands a chance against you anymore. Yep, Knocknorea shouldn't have any issue with forming an alliance with us now. So let's march right up to Edinburgh and get this anti-queen coalition underway. Why didn't Morgan destroy the bells? Good question. Do you see the Melusine ratio? I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. I know people are going crazy on Twitter, if that's what you're talking about. An anti-queen coalition, huh? True, if Knocknorea were willing to join us, we'd have enough of an army to give us a fighting chance. But Queen Morgan's been protecting Britain all on her own for 2,000 years, right? I honestly don't know if I can even look someone so amazing in the eye. I really hope I can do this. Just Twitter freaks going like, oh my god, Melusine's a child, or she looks like a child. Literally what happens to pretty much any anime character. There's a Megumine figure going around from Konosuba that's mighty sexy, and everyone's like, oh my god, but she's 15! Oh. The Chocolate Empire. Yeah, it's a pop-up parade. I really like pop-up parade stuff. It's super good quality and really cheap. I hear a bell ringing. I hear bones, too. Like clacking together. The harbor shall return to empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky. It's a signifier of the fairy's apology, the sound of his soul accepting its sins. The round fortress shall burn, and the bell of water shall appear. Once all of them have rung, confessed sinners shall make the acquaintance of the guillotine. And as for the fairy of paradise, having fulfilled her role, the child of prophecy shall say farewell to her home. Yes, I offer fairies no salvation. I shall defend my land, nothing more. I will save the fairies. I will carry out the duty I've been given. With all the magical energy I have stored in this throne, I have nothing to fear from the great calamity. Furthermore, only a chosen fairy can sit this throne. That throne is the sign that my pilgrimage has ended. It's the key to keeping Britain alive. Avalon the Fae, the anchor of paradise. You are neither like other fairies, nor that foreigner mage. You have been chosen. She's talking to herself. You are neither a rebel nor an invader. You are the staff of selection's chosen wielder. You and you alone have the right to bring me to justice, fairy sent from paradise. Even should you fill oceans with the blood you shed in battle against me, you would be innocent of sin. Catch you later. Dude, I'm joking, Liam. Yes, Mashu was below the age of 18 through the singularity arcs of Fate Grand Order. But she's still a fictional character, and I couldn't care less. She's a drawing. She looks like she could be 18, therefore we're good, as far as I'm concerned. I've been chosen. I'm not like the fairies of Britain, or my knight's self from proper human history. Or King of Knight's self. I'm neither a rebel nor an invader. No matter how many fairies I killed because of a war I begin, I would still be free of sin. If you wish to save Britain, you must defeat me and claim the throne for yourself. Go then, fulfill that absurd prophecy if you can. You should know better than anyone that you have no choice. That's right. Defeating Morgan, the fairy of paradise who forsook her duty, is the only choice. Sorry, is my only choice if I'm going to save Britain. But what happens afterwards? What happens after I do something I don't want to do? Something nobody wanted me to do. I'm a fairy of paradise too. Is there anywhere I can call home? Get in my party! You're welcome there anytime.
Hello, everyone. You got back sooner than I expected.
Look who's waiting for us out in the middle of the road. Huh? Senpai? Da Vinci? Who is that? And why does he look exactly like Red Hair? Oh, that's Retrobit. He's a fairy from this Lostbelt. And one of our trusty companions. Don't worry, he won't bite. I see. Nice to meet you, Retrobit. My name's Mashu Kyrielite. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
The pleasure is mine, sweet lady. How deliciously polite of you.
Hang on, though. Weren't you supposed to wait for us in Edinburgh?
Yes, I was. But I'm not really one for staying put, you know. I thought I might run into you all sooner if I waited near the entrance to the Ashen Shore, so I just ran up here. All right then, hop into the wagon. I'll make sure your ride to the Queen City of Edinburgh, your ride there, is as smooth as can be.
That sounds great. I was just thinking I was sick of walking everywhere. That's the biggest downside of being summoned as a caster. Your legs get tired way too damn fast.
One moment, please. I don't believe we've met before.
Oh, my name's Grimmer. I'm a friend of Sarah's.
A friend of Sarah's? Then does that mean you're also from propeller humming...
Proper human history?
That's the one. Proper human history. Thank you, Mashu. Any girl as thoughtful as you is especially welcome to ride on my wagon.
Mashu, could you come here for a moment? Let's not indulge him too much, okay? Right, I'm still not sure what your relationships are to one another, but I'll do my best to be careful.
So if you're both Sarah's acquaintances from proper human history, Lord Muramasa, does that mean you and Lord Grimmer are two horses of a mane, so to speak?
Huh? I guess we're in the same category, technically. Why?
Oh, it's nothing. My animal intuition tells me that the two of you are the best of friends. But I can't help but wonder which of you would win in a fight.
No, god damn it. You bastard horse. What, you gotta ask? Me, of course. That's ridiculous. Ask any fool, and even they can tell you Grimmer would be the clear winner. Exactly, who gives a fig what a fool has to say? Alright, you, get over here. I'll take it easy on you and only use the back of my sword. Well, I'm impressed you can tell which is which. That thing's so dull it might as well be a club. Alright, punk, you're going down. God damn it. Do I have to fight both of them? What the fuck is going on? Why do I have to do that? I don't think this makes any sense. At all. Okay. set this up. Well, I guess I should bring a berserker. It makes the most sense. Ugh. You can't really go wrong with Knocknorea. It's actually a really easy fight. Okay. You never know, man. They're supposed to be fighting each other, not us. This is so stupid. It makes no sense. I don't think the writers understood what the hell they were doing. Sorry. I'm always tired. Hey-ho.
剣圧にて海を立つ櫓のごときクジラマン大入道ご剣断いざ魔剣破り受けたまわるつむじなせ超特急でさよならね調子は悪くねえなさてここからだ
Oh yeah, he just ignored Invincible. What a bastard. Alright. Let's see here. And then you. Which one did you put on? 3 left. Okay.
My name is Musashi Miyamoto! 突破しますあいにく首はもうつらねえよ燃えろ
Yeah, like I'm gonna let you wicker man me. Fuck off. Bye-bye. Oh, step on them? They're being stupid. They don't deserve to be stepped on, because I have a feeling they'd like it. Just want to get on with it. Kerbloof. And the winner is neither of you. The truly strong don't get into stupid brawls. Atari's got you both there. Hang on, I didn't really lose. The only reason we technically lost is because Grimmer's so-called mage ass doesn't have a single support spell. How was I supposed to know you're such a crap warrior you can't even defend yourself? Besides, when it comes to guts, I've got enough for a boatload of Vikings. Both of you shut up and get on the wagon. We need to get in Edinburgh today, damn it. And Artoria sure doesn't act like the Artoria we know. It's so interesting. Wow, that worked better than I thought. Anyway, assuming Grimmer's wolves are walking. The wagon only holds 6 people, and there's 7 of us now. Want me to follow along with my skates? That's okay, I'll just ride on Redrabit's back. You don't mind, right, Redrabit?
No, that should be fine. A little fairy like you won't affect my performance at all.
But we're still quite far north. Won't you be cold riding outside? I could always run alongside the wagon instead. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm used to the cold up here. Alright, let's go, Sarah. I know there used to be a village in Edinburgh a long time ago, but I don't know what's become of it in the era of the High Queen. Of course, given Knocknorea's distaste for humans, I doubt it'll be more than a handful of people at a campsite. Another ruler, huh? Which means it's time to use another Spishtar! And, you. Should work. Do I have a community Discord? Yes, I've had one for many, many years now. You are welcome to join. It is literally in the description of this video, as well as any other video description I've put out for quite a while. So yes, just click and join is the idea. Attention, citizens of Edinburgh. I don't know how to say that. Edinburgh. I'm just gonna look it up again. I don't want to butcher it too many times, and they keep saying it, so... Oh yeah, Edinburgh. Right. Bruh. They said that before, I remember. Bruh. Edinburgh. Edinburgh. Bruh. Thank you. Attention, citizens of Edinburgh. Lady Knocknorea has returned to our fair city for a temporary respite. She'll be recuperating at the previous queen's grave for the next few days, after which she will once again depart for the front lines. Main Street vendors may reopen for business after sundown. Remain open after sundown. Do not let the city's lamplights die out. Remember, Lady Knocknorea loves this nightless city with all her heart. Glory to the King Clan! Glory to Edinburgh, the Queen's City! Woohoo! At long last, it's time for war. I can't wait. I thought this day would never come. It's been 10 years since I escaped from the South. I'm proud to call myself a member of the King Clan now. See you soon. I still can't believe how generous Lady Knocknorea was to share her power with a good-for-nothing like me. How do you make FGO so it doesn't lag or freeze during gameplay? It depends on the device you play it on, right? I play it on my iPad Pro, so I'm assuming that's enough power to run it. I'd do anything to help her. I'm liquidating my whole stock. Go on, help yourselves for next to nothing. Do you have the latest daily report? May I see it? 29th military training exercise complete. The victory bell rings for the North. Even as I write these words, I cannot help but tremble with awe at the sheer might of the King Clan's army. Even the giant troops whose lack of expertise we feared might hold back our forces have become exceptional soldiers. If the way these fine warriors make quirk work or more is an indication, Camelot's ramparts won't stand a chance. No, I trust you on the translation as soon as you said that. It's just, I forgot. between that time you said so and I had to look it up again. Hey, stop it. According to the first captain, Gerbe, our army could easily overthrow Camelot, even if they were to march out today. Once the fighting began, it would be over in almost, in 1, 2, no more than 3 or 4 days at most. That last part's a little worrying, but Lady Knocknorea is going to be on the front line herself, right? We can't lose then. Besides, our queen would never pick a fight she knew she couldn't win. Lady Knocknorea can always use another pair of hands. Soldiers, medics, clerics, transport, production. We need all the help we can get. Whatever job you take, you're guaranteed a fair wage. All we want to see from you is motivation. Also, if you know anyone afflicted with more sickness, please bring them in right away. If the disease is caught early enough, it can still be cured. I know because I was once infected myself. Well, that's nice. Lady Knocknorea doesn't discriminate between upper and lower class like Morgan. All she cares about is whether you have the will to live. That is why the leader of our very own King Clan, who believes in all of her citizens equally, should be the next king of Britain. Whoa. Wow. You said that same thing about Barghest. What's more worthy, the city or her dress? I think it's her dress. The whole empire is standing Knocknorea with all their might. I'm gonna choose the other one because that sounds localized. I can't believe it. This is the northern village? It's even more developed than Salisbury. What in the world has happened here since the beginning of the era of the High Queen? I know how you feel. I was shocked the first time I came here too. My past self's note said the Northern Fairies used to basically be a small group of nomads. I guess Mab, the King Clan's last queen, must have been one hell of a leader. In just a single generation, she built a city that rivals the Edinburgh from proper human history. And a city that's home to Northern Fairies as well as the fairies who migrated here from the south to boot. I don't know where you get off looking so smug about that. You got nothing to do with their success. Still, there's no denying this is one hell of a city. Everything from the foot traffic to the business dealings feels like the real deal. I see there's a big cathedral here, too. Yep, there's a beautiful church called I'm gonna say St. Giles, because I don't want it to be St. Gilles Cathedral in our world of, the world's Edinburgh, too. It's probably another one of those human history convergence things. Basically, pulled out of my ass logic, really. That said, the Edinburgh in proper human history and the one here are built on very different ground. Namely, this one looks like it's been built on top of Rocky Mountain. And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any Calton Hill or Arthur's Seat here either. Hey Mashu, do you know what Arthur's Seat is? I've only read about it, but yes, in proper human history, Arthur's Seat is a well-known tourist spot. It's a steep, rocky mountain not too far from Edinburgh itself. According to legend, King Arthur himself once sat on it, to look out over the land, thus the name. I see. There sure are a lot of legends about King Arthur, huh? Yep, he's brought up in one form or another in all the big tourist spots. Some other notable ones include... Is that Winchester? Glastonbury? And Tintagel in Cornwall. So, getting back to our negotiations with Knocknorea, they did say she was back here now, didn't they? So that probably means she's in the palace then, right? Shall we just barge in there now? Yeah, okay. I guess Knocknorea is technically our enemy. She's probably not exactly eager for an audience with us, but hold that thought for a minute, okay? Hey, Sarah. I think Artoria's doing her headstrong thing again. Now what do we do? It's too bad Oberon's not here right now. I mean, just look at her. A head-on clash with Knocknorea, huh? Now I'll finally get to lose all those years of pent-up frustration with her. Sorry, let out all those years. Eyewitness report. Savage Child of Prophecy spotted shadowboxing in the... something. I missed that last bit. I'd definitely like to avoid storming the front gate. Obviously, there's no way she'd listen to us then. Now, how to go about it? Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt your discussion. But it looks like we have a company? Naked man! They clearly have us surrounded now. We have no choice but to fight. There, you see? I knew that stuff about law and order in the city was all a load of bunk. Then again, attacking outsiders without even a word of warning is just the kind of thing I'd expect from a nation run by Knocknorea. Alright everyone, get your weapons ready. Once we break through this dragnet, we'll storm our way right into the castle. Thank you for coming, Lady Artoria. We've been waiting for you and your entourage to arrive. Ooh. I'm sure you must be tired from your long journey, but please, do try to compose yourself. Now, if you'll kindly follow me to the cathedral, I can take you to see Lady Knocknorea right now. What? Oh, right, I almost forgot. I wrote a letter to make an appointment for you ahead of time. Good horsey. Good horsey. It said, Dear Knocknorea, Queen of the North, get ready to see me, 'cause I'm coming for you tomorrow. Cheers. And of course, since I wrote such a nice letter, I got a very nice reply back not long after. Ah! It said, I am prepared to welcome the Child of Prophecy in a manner befitting a king. Best wishes. I must say, I thought the Northern Fairies were all barbarians who tried to solve their problems with violence. But it seems Queen Knocknorea is much more sophisticated than I realized. Okay, if she's extended us an invitation, I guess we should take her up on it. Huh? She actually accepted the invitation? She didn't try to kick in the front gate? Really? Guess these women are underestimating each other. Oh crap, all of you, get out of here! Take the back entrance. I want you out of this room in 2 seconds. Are you sure about this? Just a few moments ago, you were giddily talking about knocking the Child of Prophecy down a few pegs. And showing her that ringing 4 bells wasn't nearly enough to make her a match for you. Change of plans, okay? I mean, how would it look if I were to greet a small group of peaceful visitors with a fully armed platoon? Huh? You're still worried about your reputation? Isn't it at all about the same level as an apple that missed harvest season? What's that? You're saying my rep already fell from the tree and is rolling in the mud? Is that your way of asking for 100 lashes? Okay, you heard her. Everybody out! My apologies for keeping you waiting. The Queen will see you in the cathedral now. Huh. It looks exactly like the other cathedral. Well, well, how bold of you to just waltz in here like this, Artoria. Does this mean you finally scrounged up a bit of manners, guts, and confidence, then? You're not fooling anyone, Knocknorea. We could hear your soldiers scrambling to get out of here. Don't be ridiculous. Those were my footsteps, no one else's. Now I won't hear one more word about it. 1, 3, 5, 7. I'm not surprised to see Oberon's not with you, but what about that other girl? You know, the one who looked like she was in heaven with her cheeks all puffed up full of my chocolate? Gareth, right? Gareth, I mean Lady Gareth, stayed in Londinium to defend it as one of my knights. There was no sense in her coming all the way out here just to see another evil empire. She's already been to Camelot. Well, that's too bad. I was planning to give her a tour of my chocolate factory. Oh well, another time perhaps. Anyway, I know how you guys went up to Orkney without my permission. You know damn well what the North belongs to the King clan, and that trespassing is prohibited no matter what your reasons might be. Honestly, what are you, some bandits hiding out in the mountains? I guess you still have yet to learn your place. What about a birthday? A Reek? Reek 9000! Happy birthday! I am honored to know that on your birthday you are here watching my stream. We did go through the Lake District, you know. Oh, hello, Sarah. I'm glad to see you're doing well. I can only imagine how exhausted you are, having to travel with a child of prophecy who can't ever look before she leaps. Would you like me to make you an appointment at my favorite luxury spa later? Ugh, can it, Knocknorea? Besides, Sarah is made of sterner stuff than that. Sorry to interrupt your friendly chat, but it sounds like you already know that Orkney's bell has been rung. Good, that saves us the trouble of filling you in. Anyway, yes, Orkney's bell used to belong to the Rain clan. But now that the Rain clan is gone, the King clan are the bell's de facto guardians, as you well know. That means to an outsider, which is to say from Morgan's perspective, it looks like the King clan has officially recognized the Child of Prophecy. What do you make of that? What do I make of it? Hang on, who are you? My name's Grimmer. Well, technically I'm the second to bear that name, but that's neither here nor there. How many hours do I plan to stream? 4 hours and... wait. Yes, 4 hours and 20 minutes more. I've been watching over Orkney's bell on behalf of Merlinus Ambrosius? What? Crap, I almost forgot. When Queen Maeve and Ku Holland mix. Grimmer, hide! Aha, so you're Grimmer the Sage. The last queen told me you're a cold-blooded bastard. We would be bound to show up eventually. You once taught Ash the Savior Magecraft, right? I see, if you're here, then I guess this so-called Savior must be the real deal after all. Huh, is that all you have to say, Knocknorea? I mean, this is Grimmer, you know? You don't feel any connections to his spirit origin? What are you talking about? You there, do we have a connection? Nope, sure don't. You're Knocknorea, the proud queen of the North. You care far more about your life and destiny here than you do any silly ties from human history. Speaking personally, I, for one, couldn't be happier about that last part. Is that so? I don't know what you're all on about, but thanks. I'll say this for you. You do have a nice smile. Anyway, that aside, Grimmer is right. Now that Orkney's bell has been rung, I don't have a lot of options here. Just this morning, Morgan sent me a final warning. It said, kill the Child of Prophecy at the Ashen Shore when she returns from Orkney. If you fail to do so, I will consider my treaty with the previous head of the King clan null and void. The end. Treaty with the previous head of the King clan? What's she talking about? None of your business. The point is, if I don't kill the Child of Prophecy, there will be war. Of course, I was always planning to fight Morgan at some point, so that part's fine. The only problem is you, Artoria. Remember what I told you before? Get an army of my own, ring at least 2 bells, and learn to carry myself in a manner befitting the Child of Prophecy, right? Well, well, if you can rattle all that off so readily, I must have really gotten to you. Now I'm glad I took the time to deal with you before. Yes, those are my conditions, and you've met them, which means you're worthy of joining forces with me. Yay! That is why you came to Edinburgh in the first place, right? An alliance between the King clan and the Child of Prophecy? I like it. Way to go, Artoria! It's too soon to celebrate just yet, Sarah. Knocknorea would never make things this easy. Just look at her. That's the face she makes right before she squeezes some poor sucker for everything they're worth. Hey, I've never made a face like that. Still, you're not wrong. My skin might smell of sweet honey and be wonderfully soft, but I myself am neither. I'm willing to form an alliance, but needless to say, I'll be the only king. If you're going to join me, you need to pledge your loyalty to me and obey my every command. Also, only fairies are welcome to join my alliance forces. So as far as the Round Table Army's humans go, I think I'll turn them into bees and put them to work in my chocolate factory. I'm sure they'd be much happier that way, since those pathetic, useless humans would be the first to die when the fighting starts anyway. Ugh. Wait, Sarah, you don't have to say anything. Knocknorea, the Round Table Army, is the best army in all of Britain. The day we obey you is the day apples start falling back onto their trees. If you want to command us, you'll have to pound us into submission first. Start pounding, Maeve. So how about it? You and me, fairy to fairy, unless of course you're too chicken to face me. You're on! This will be a battle to determine the next king of Britain. A fight for the throne, our pride, and beauty itself. I swear on the name of the previous queen that I will face you alone and on fair ground, fairy to fairy. Cool. The winner takes command of all our combined armed forces, and the loser has to do whatever the winner says. And as a bonus prize, the winner will also get to claim the foreign mage as her spouse. What? I missed that last condition, but fine, whatever you say. So, how are we going to do this? Another chess match? Don't be ridiculous. This is Edinburgh, the headquarters of the entire British sweets industry. There's only one kind of battle fought for pride and beauty around here. Cooking. Valentine Mab Match, the ancient traditional art of fire confectionery. What? Huh? You mean you don't know about it? I see, you really are just a country bumpkin, aren't you? Knock it off with the yokel digs already! Besides, we country girls are tough cookies. Excuse me, I wasn't originally going to say anything, since these negotiations are between Artoria and Knocknorea. But now that the stakes have become personal for Chaldea, I have to ask. What exactly does a Mab match entail? Huh? That girl's got as much magical energy as a Tamlin. She's also wearing black armor and carrying a great shield. Is she the one from Sheffield? Very well. I'll ignore your impertinence this one time. The Mab match is the last will and testament of the King clan's previous leader, Queen Mab. It's a law that says whoever makes the most delectable-looking chocolates shall be queen. Pretty sweet, right? And I, Devil Karen, the chocolate fairy, shall be the judge. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Get out of here. Get out of here. What a random-ass comedy cameo. What the what? Karen, what the hell are we doing? Ugh. So we are fighting. But I have to fight chocolate. Oh, right. I forgot I chose who I was bringing to battle a long time ago. You tonight.
本気にさせたのはそっちだから神殿権限これが私のエブンシグルフレーザーうわあやっ
Dude. That's one hell of a charge slash. Wowza wowza.
降参してみる
Doesn't mean nothing to me though.
ちょっと合わせ切り込
Because
む
we
ね
could just fire off another one!
もう仕方ない本気にさせたのはそっちだから神殿権限これが私のエブンシグルフレーザー
Why isn't she doing a triple combo? That's kind of weird. Aren't I supposed to get 3 hits out of it when I do that? I don't know. Look at Karin's buffs. Oh, does she prevent you from doing that?
恐怖は希望も何人通るにあたわず分断する召し上げましょう
Oh, it's because she's charming me midway? That's so weird. She's being an HP sponge. Stop it! Stop it! Die already!
逃がす者許す者
ありがとうございます皆さんのおかげです
That was a completely pointless fight to pad out this long, long lost belt. It seems these would-be contenders have what it takes to compete. As the Chocolate Fairy, I declare this MAB match is now officially underway. The taste testing shall take place at high noon tomorrow. Contestants will have until then to prepare their chocolate. Both contestants must use the cooking facilities provided in this cathedral, and may employ up to 1 fairy assistant. Any questions? None here. I can't wait to get started, since I already have something in mind to give this chocolate to, of someone. Why is this lost belt so long? Because Nasu went crazy. I don't know. Couldn't tell you why. He didn't have to make it this long, but it's kind of cool. I'm going to make... Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm going to make the best chocolate anyone will taste all year. It'll be better than anything Gloucester has to offer. Yeah, we're doing a Shokugeki here. Hang on, are we really doing this? What in the world does making chocolate have to do with choosing a leader? Everything. This has been the law of the land in Edinburgh for the past 1600 years. Alright, Lady Artoria. You take the Star Kitchen. Lady Knocknorea, you take the Moon Kitchen. I will prepare rooms for the night for the rest of Lady Artoria's companions. I'm afraid you won't be able to talk to the Chalk-testants while they're in the kitchen, but you're free to talk outside the kitchens if you like. Alright, enjoy your chocolate making, and remember, fortune smiles on those with truly strong hearts. This is so stupid! Well, at least it was nice of them to reserve rooms for us, but... Mashu, once we're done talking here... I know, you'd like me to assist Artoria in her chocolate duel, right? I may be a demi-servant, but the fairies seem to treat me as one of them, so that shouldn't be a problem. That would be great. Thanks for doing this. Before you get started, I'd like to go over everything we've learned so far, just us Chaldeans. You already told us about what happened after you were sent to the past in Norwich, of course. But I still want to hear what happened to you before then, and fill you in on what's happened with us. And this would be a good place for a private chat, especially since Muramasa and Grimmer are in another room. Yeah, Caitlin, can you remember the last event that had happened for you? So that's what happened to you after we got separated. Salisbury, Gloucester, Londinium, Manchester, the Lake District, plus everything with the Round Table Army, of course. I never would have guessed that Pepe was here too, and as a count of all things, I'm sure it fits him like a glove. Unfortunately, Pepe is not the only crypter here. We saw Barrel in Camelot too. Though it sounds like you were actually the first to run into him here. That's right, I saw him in Sheffield. That was when... You lost the Black Barrel, huh? Barrel probably took it for himself. I'm so sorry. No, who took it then? All the time and effort you and Sion spent on it, and I just left it there. We can always get it back. After we met up with Redra bit after waking up Mashu, well, not a whole lot has happened since then. We basically zipped on over to Edinburgh so we can talk to, she's not Maeve, she's Knocknorea, and we're gonna have her join our army, but to decide who gets to lead the armies, they're doing a chocolate cook-off. They're doing a shokugeki here. So that's really all that's majorly happened. Again, I'm so sorry, if only I'd... Hey, you still didn't have your memories back after the Nameless Woods ordeal, right? And there's no way you could have known. Don't worry about the Black Barrel, we can always track it down. The important thing is that you're still alive. Unfortunately, it looks like we won't even need it for this mission anyway. Really? I mean, if we don't have to use it, that's great, but... Machines don't work well here anyway, for that matter. Yep, we have something even better than the Black Barrel now. What do you mean? Are Director Gordolf and Holmes coming to help us in the Shadow Border? No, nothing like that. I'm talking about you, Mashu. The Orton Axe may not be working right now, but your Spirit Origin is putting out more power than it ever has. It's probably the Tamlin rules at work. Vargest and the others were gifted the Round Table Knights' names. But you're gifted with the Tamlin Galahad's name on top of an already borrowing his power, giving you effectively a double Galahad bonus. Habitrot did it? No wonder you were able to go toe-to-toe with Lancelot. Did she really, though? You're basically a high servant now, a peerless warrior even among peerless warriors. You can feel that too, as her master, right, Sarah? Yep, you're super mash. Oh. I see. Then I'll do my very best to help. But why doesn't she remember Habitrot? This is fucking confusing. Hey, we're gonna look around the city. You guys wanna come? Time for some recon, eh? I don't know, man. It'd be cool if she kept her Ortonax, or no, her Galahad powers forever, because that was always the cooler version of her. Artoria might be busy in the kitchen right now, but we've got nothing but time on our hands. So we gotta do something to make ourselves useful. How about you, Da Vinci? I'm going to sit this one out. Besides, I still have to write my report. Say, where's Mashu? Isn't she with you? She went to assist Artoria. Gotcha. Sounds like she's got a real shot at winning then. If it came to it, I was thinking I'd make the chocolate myself, but maybe now I won't need to. Channel your inner Shiro. You're way too easy on Artoria. You know that? Is there any way for one of the foreign gods' disciples, Is that any way for one of the foreign god's disciples to conduct himself? Well, no, I mean, that would almost indicate why Mashu wouldn't remember Totorot. But she should still remember Habitrot when she was, you know, losing her memories in the Nameless Woods, right? That part still makes me a little confused. Shut up, you blue-haired dillweed. You blue-haired dillweed. That's funny. But yeah, if Mashu can remember having met, Barrel, she remembers meeting Barrel, so why can't she remember Habitrot, you know what I mean? Those are part of the same period of time. I still owe her my life for saving me from that auction. Besides, I ought to be asking you why you were so easy on Knocknorea. She look like a friend of yours or something? Actually, yes. But even though she's the spitting image of her, they're completely different people. Knocknorea has been living her own life free of influence from any human history connections. I had to go after my destiny, but she took hers by the horns and made it submit to her. I swear I've never seen such a free-spirited woman anywhere. You can't help but smile, right? You don't say. So the last Queen Mab disappeared in the era of the High Queen 400, and Knocknorea was born 100 years ago, in the era of the High Queen 1900. So this city went on without a leader for about 1500 years, huh? That's right. I thought it was strange when I first heard about this too. But apparently the Northern Fairies continued to live by the past Queen's teachings even after she was gone. They say she told them that a new King Clan fairy would be born again one day, and they were to obey Morgan until that time came. You would think Ku would hate Maeve, but I don't think he does. It's kind of weird. So what happened to the Northern Fairies after Knocknorea was born? They went right back to their old ways, of course. Things have been tense between them and Morgan ever since. For 100 years, Knocknorea has been teaching the Northern Fairies order and discipline, gradually turning them into a real army. Have you been paying any attention to the Lostbelt Morgan has Rongominiad? I mean, we know we have that. When Eisel predicted the Child of Prophecy, Morgan wasn't the only one who was worried. I bet Knocknorea went ballistic upon hearing the news, too. At least on the inside. She was probably all,
I've been working towards this for 100 years now. No way am I letting some podunk backwater fairy beat me to the punch.
now I gotcha. So that's why Artoria and the Queenie hit it off so well. Is this one of those you only hurt the ones you love things? I mean, they know what it's like to bear the weight of crushing responsibility. They probably never had anyone else they could curse out without it becoming a big to-do before they met each other. They might be in completely different circumstances, but they're still equals where it counts. The way I see it, things are gonna work out no matter who wins this contest, so let's just let them have their fun. All that aside, you surely know a whole lot about things, don't you, Grimmer? Anything else you know that I haven't shared? Like, say, why this place is called the Queen City? I don't know where the name comes from. I already told you everything I could. Huh? We're a long ways from the main road now, aren't we? Oh, hey guys. You out for a walk too? I don't blame you. Not much to do in our hotel room after all.
We thought we would take advantage of the opportunity to do some sightseeing too, especially since we almost never come this far north.
Did you guys see anything
Strange? No, not really.
What's with you, Redra? Not like you to be so hedgy.
Well, I'm hoping this is just my imagination, but... There seem to be a lot more Wind Clan fairies here than I was expecting.
Oh, are you guys new here? Welcome to the Edinburgh Development Ward. This is where all the refugees who haven't been able to share in Lady Knocknorea's power live. Still, we're all treated as full citizens. We all have jobs and roofs over our heads, even if they are just tents. In the meantime, I'm sure Lady Knocknorea will make you guys into King Clan fairies once the war against Queen Morgan is over. So go ahead and put up your tent wherever you like. If you're lucky, you might even get a job in the medical ward. Don't worry, Moore's disease isn't nearly as bad as it's made out to be. What's Moore's disease? Ah, is that a human? What in the world were you all thinking, bringing a human to Edinburgh of all places? If Knocknorea finds out about this, you'll all be... Wait, don't tell me. Are you guys also...
No, we're travelers. We're just passing through. We'll be leaving tomorrow, so please don't worry about us.
Yeah, I see. I guess I'd better be going then. Sorry for taking up your time. No way that guy actually lives around here. There's something way too shifty about him. He's probably one of Morgan's spies. A lot of room for rats like that in a city this big. Should we tell Knocknorea about him? Don't bother. We can't snitch on a resident on Muramasa's hunch alone. For that matter, have you noticed how all the fairies in this ward have scars on their shins? I'm guessing they're either refugees from the south, fairies who have lost their purpose, or
fugitives who fled the south.
So this town's full of criminals, huh? I guess Knocknorea is either really magnanimous or she's really big on cheap labor.
Maybe it's both. Every fairy becomes land when they die, regardless of what they were like in life. So having more fairies here, live here means that her territory will eventually expand. That must be how Edinburgh grew to this scale in 1600 years since Queen Mab disappeared.
Then something doesn't add up. If fairies have been living here for over 1600 years in the era of the High Queen, then why are the edges of Britain unchanged since the Fae era? Could this city be... I wouldn't put it past Mab to do that. Turning a desolate wasteland into a prosperous city in a single generation, her next generation being born 100 years ago. I knew it. Now it's all making sense. No wonder Morgan's left her alone all this time. If she plays her cards wrong, Knocknorea could end up becoming a calamity herself. Betrod? Fae is a term for fairy. Like fairy kind. Nah, I'm probably just overthinking it. There's no way that could actually be the case. Anyway, let's head back, Redrabit. It's all wasteland up ahead, so there's nothing more to see here anyway.
I see. And I take it you're going to ride on my back again? I was the one who said it wouldn't be trouble. But that was before I knew you were much heavier than you look.
That's because I got substance where it counts. Look at all that junk in that trunk. Just you wait. Once I eventually grow up, old Happy Cat's gonna have the most bangin' bod you've ever seen.
Aren't you the type of fairy who never gets any older?
Anyway, I wouldn't wander around too much if I were you either, Sarah. I don't know why Knocknorea let you off the hook, but if you run into any northern fairies with long memories, they won't think twice about ganging up on you. Oh yeah, I guess you'd know more about that than I do, since I only have the first Grimmer's notes to go off of. Tell us something, Habitrot. The northern fairies used to be the first groups of fairies who coexisted with humans, right? Like in the War of Summer and such. So why does Knocknorea hate them so much now?
Oh yeah.
What, you mean you don't even know that? Alright, I guess I can tell you. It all goes back to what happened about 4,000 years ago, during the War of Summer in Fey Era 2000. Queen Mab invaded Britain from the Western Island, and drove the other clans to the brink of extinction. Word has it that Ash then stepped in, convinced Mab to back down and reconcile with the clans, and had her and her people officially recognized as the Clan King. That's not exactly the whole truth. For one thing, Mab would never agree to reconcile with the clans when her victory was already assured. Yeah, good point. I always thought that story spun things a little too neatly for the other clans. Wait, don't tell me. Yep, Mab snatched a defeat from the jaws of victory right at the end, and when her human right-hand man and husband betrayed her. And of course, Ash wasn't about to pass up a chance like that. She backed Mab into a corner while she was already writhing in pain, and gave her the thrashing of her life. Yes, Cool Kermit. Fate Samurai Remnant comes out in September. I've already pre-ordered my copy. Hopefully there's sexier DLC than what they've shown us, though. Then she made her swear to join the other clans and never attack Britain again. When it rains, it pours, huh? I know that kind of underhanded tactic is par for the course when it comes to war, but still.
No wonder she hates humans so much. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if she wants to wipe them all out.
Nah. Edinburgh's never be this grand of a city if she just wanted to wipe humans out. I got the PS5 version. It would probably have the best performance on a console I can play on my big 4K TV. It makes me happy. Versus my computer monitor. I think the real question that story raises is, why was she writhing in pain? Now, is there a reason Morgan looks identical to Artoria here? There's gotta be a reason for that, and why she suddenly transformed. That night in Sarah's room. Depends on who comes to the door. I wonder who that could be. Come in! Mashu, there we go. Excuse me, Senpai. I'm back on temporary reprieve from chocolate duty. This chocolate battle is very heated, so I can't stay long. But I don't know why she would have had the motivation to do that prior. I know she transformed somebody else. Heated, huh? I think I could guess how things are going. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like you to answer a question for me. What shape do you think would be the best for chocolate? Well, taking that Artoria is a beginner into consideration, I think I'd have to say something standard. Something in the shape of a phallus. I knew it! Thank you, Senpai! That was very helpful, and it makes it very easy to eat as well. Okay, I'd better get back to the battlefield. Sleep well, Senpai! Is the next generation console worth getting? Well, PS5 is not bad because it's 100% compatible with PS4. and it plays all PS4 games faster with faster loading times. So it basically was just like a PS4 upgrade, as far as I'm concerned. Plus, it has a 4K Blu-ray player in there, so that almost justified the price on its own. I swear, I wish Sony would get off their stupid high horse and go back to doing what, like, Nintendo does. And I have no interest to buy Xbox, because I go for JRPGs. It's usually the exception, not the rule, that any of those guys would get it. Now who is it? Come in. What? Ooh. Uh-oh. Is this like Cloud at the Bumblebee Inn? It's okay, human. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm Aiken, Lady Knocknorea's faithful soldier. Lady Knocknorea has just finished the 8th step of her chocolate recipe and is currently taking a break. When she's finished, she'll be up all night working on steps 9 through 19. Jesus. But for now, she'd like someone to talk to while she takes her break. Do you prefer anime or games? I don't really distinguish between the two. I think they're the same as long as the style's there. Yes, of course I mean you. There's no one else in this room. Just accept that there's no getting out of this and come with me. And don't even think about trying to escape by jumping out the window. On the Queen's orders, I'm here to test the versatility of your bussy. Needless to say, a fairy in Lady Knocknorea's position has many things to consider at all times, so this break she's taking is on a strictly need-to-know basis. There won't be any guards keeping watch. This is as far as I go, too. Don't worry, Lady Knocknorea's hatred of humans may be famous, but she's still not as unreasonable as a night call. I have absolutely no interest in Final Fantasy XVI. The only playable character is the main dude, right? As long as you hold your breath, keep quiet, stay perfectly still, and never speak except to agree with her, you might just make it out of there alive. Alright then, good night and good luck. There you are. I didn't expect you to come alone. Have you been enjoying the Edinburgh nightscape? We may not be as fancy as Gloucester, but I like to think our main street is still a pretty sight. Just a little bit on the way here. Oh, what am I saying? Of course you did. I can tell from that sparkle in your eyes. That's the look of someone who picked up a beautiful insect thread scarf before stopping by a cafe for chocolate-infused cocktail. My Edinburgh really is the best, isn't it? Just look at how it's even entranced the foreign mage with its charms. But I digress. Do I like the game or the anime of what I'm playing? Well, Fate Grand Order is mostly a game, you know? So, that's the bulk of it, but I like to watch the anime adaptations, the few of them that there are. I invited you here for a very specific reason. Tell me about the outside world, what Morgan called proper human history. I don't care about it, of course, but as the Queen of the Northern Fairies, I need to at least be familiar with it. Or are you so scared to be here without your companions that you can't even speak? Foreign mage or not, you're still just a weak little human after all. You could never become the one to make a call about whether to leak classified info to an enemy on your own. Okay, let me start with Chaldea. No, I would love a proper pronunciation guide. It would just be tricky to know who to trust, at that point, you know? Wow, I didn't realize he'd be talking for almost an hour. Hang on, you covered all that stuff so eloquently that it was easy to follow along. I need you to stop here for a moment, though. I need to process all of that. Okay, so there's Chaldea, heroic spirits, lost belts, proper human history. Okay, I've basically got it. Looks like there's not much point in thinking about this stuff now, is there? This is the kind of thing I can worry about after Morgan's been defeated, right? Exactly. No need to get into it now. That's fine then. Thanks for the valuable info. You have my gratitude, the gratitude of a queen. A good ruler does more than just wage war with their enemies, you know. They also need a plan to rule their nation after they've won. I know Britain isn't really surrounded by a sea of nothingness. There's actually a much larger world out there beyond the water. I'm pretty sure I'd get more spoilers from the memes than knowing their proper pronunciations, you know what I mean? Of course, fairies typically hide in the woods and don't mesh well with the human world. But with the right motivation, there are a lot of ways to get around that. What do you think of the gameplay of Fate Samurai Remnant? It looks like a Musou game. And I can't really complain, I like those. They're fun. I can't believe there's still so much to do even after things are wrapped up here. I can't wait to get started. Are you talking about invading other countries? That's right. If there's another world that rich in resources, I'll have to make another Western island. And pay this. You call it North America, right? A little visit. I guess that means you and I will become enemies again when that happens. That should be fun. Tell her that won't work. There. You just made that face again, just like the one you did when you made that weird comment about my chocolate fields. Why is that? Is there a version of me in your world too or something? Wait, on second thought, don't answer that. I really, really want to know about this other me, but if I find out now, it's going to make me throw a tantrum. Oh crap, now I really want to tell her. Oh, that was close, but I managed to preserve my queenly dignity. I don't think that's a thing. Dignity preserved, because if anyone saw that, I'd have them executed before they could tell anyone. I saw nothing, Your Majesty. Very good, a perfect response. Still, maybe I should at least ask you this. Let's say another version of me did exist in your world, in her final moments. Was she not betrayed by her lover? Did she remain a cold-blooded queen to the end? Of course. And you fucked so many people. I see. Well, of course I was. There's no way I, of all people, would ever die of a broken heart. So what kind of valiant warrior defeated me? They must have been a really strong fairy, right? Huh? Cheese? As in the stuff made from sheep's milk and eat with bread? Huh, so there's a cheese fairy in your world. Maybe they're related to Aiken Drum. The cheese was just the method. A human slung it. But you were a human too, though. So, that other me was killed by a human? That's what you're telling me? Did you just take all that trouble to tell me such a ridiculous story, even knowing how much I hate humans? It's how that particular queen met her end. Are you kidding me? You can't say that kind of thing with a straight face. It's a total mood killer. Then again, it was a human that was responsible for the last queen's downfall, too. I guess when you're big enough, even a little pebble can trip you up. Thinking about it that way, I could see my other self getting killed by a human. And hey, at least she wouldn't have put up with any weird curses afterwards. If you don't mind my asking about the last queen. That's right, losing her lover hurt her so badly that she couldn't fight anymore, which led to Ash beating her. Mab put too much trust in humans, so she thought that they were the same as her, and so she loved them too much. She charged onto the battlefield with her most beloved soldier by her side. He did his best to keep up with her, but he couldn't quite make it to the end. Just when they'd won their final battle against the clans, Mab turned, intending to celebrate with him, only to see her beloved draw his final breath. It's no surprise, really. Of course, a mere human could never keep up with a fairy, let alone an A-ray like Mab. But he still promised to stay with her, and he broke that promise. That was his betrayal. That was when Mab lost the will to fight. The moment she realized how foolish she had been, and how much that soldier had really loved her. Still, her broken heart was all healed by the time the era of the High Queen came around, and she soon set her sights on ruling all of Britain. Mab then retired after she built Edinburgh, and no new King Clan fairies were born for a long time. She left a hole for about 1,500 years until I came along and filled it. I'm the second King Clan fairy ever. I inherited Mab's power, and am truly worthy of being queen. I am a truly great fairy. I hate humans because they're useless in war. I'm not going to make the same mistake Mab did. I'm going to defeat Morgan with my clan alone. That's why I don't need Artoria's roundtable army getting in the way. It's an eyesore at best. I'd make your peace soon if I were you. Once I win tomorrow's duel, all humans will be mine to do with as I please. And I'm going to put you all out of work, or to work in my nice, safe chocolate factory with full benefits until the day you die. I'm not worried Artoria's gonna win. Besides, humans aren't as fragile as you think, Knocknorea. Okay, break's over. I'd better get back to work. Enjoy your freedom while you can, Sarah. This is the last night you'll have it, after all.
Better go to bed.
God damn it! Now who is it? Come on! I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Made you look. You totally thought I was knocking on your door, didn't you? Well, this time I came in through the window. Oberon? Easy there. Keep your voice down. It's very late, you know. And what's more, I'm traveling incognito today. Anyone asks, I was never here, okay? Why incognito, you ask? Okay, it's partly because I got tired of being the Roundtable Army's errand boy and ran off for a while. Really, though, it's that the Fairy King never stays in one place for too long. And the real reason is that I was worried about you guys. I mean, we're all friends now, right? Of course I'm going to worry about you. So on that note, I hope you don't mind that I'm here. So good evening, Sarah. Congratulations on ringing the 4th bell. We could hear it all the way back in Londinium. The Roundtable Army's morale has never been higher. Percival's made a seat at the table for any Fang Clan fairies who want to come over from Oxford. Gareth's been having a great time in Londinium with the kids. They just finished tilling a new field, in fact. Spriggan seems to be up to something, which worries me, I admit. But all in all, the South has been relatively stable so far. Of course, whether it stays that way is all up to you guys. You're here to talk to Knocknorea, right? I've been hearing rumors about tomorrow's Mab match all throughout the city. If Knocknorea joins forces with the Child of Prophecy, that'd be a huge boost to our chances against Camelot. Once Knocknorea agrees to an alliance, and Artoria rings Oxford's bell, we could begin our attack on Camelot in around 3 days. But what about the 6th bell? I'm sorry, I've been looking everywhere for it, but still no luck. Still, the bells of pilgrimage are meant to show that the clans have recognized the Child of Prophecy. And since the last one, the Mirror Clan, is gone now, there arguably isn't much point in ringing theirs. So I just think 5 bells ought to be enough. I hope you're right, but... Something bothering you? Artoria's been getting more stressed with every bell she rings. I see, well, that makes sense. You know how she gets stronger every time she rings a bell? At first I thought that meant she was growing. But I've realized that it's actually more, unlocking her latent power. I think the Fairy of Paradise is probably born with her true power essentially bound. And the Bells of Pilgrimage are a means to break those bonds. Who set them up, though? They probably also restore the knowledge and memory she's always had, but were locked away all this time. Every time Artoria rings a bell, she learns more about her duty and her destiny. Now that she's run for 4 of them, she's probably a completely different person from whom she was when we met her in the Nameless Woods. How so? By now, she must have a much stronger sense of duty, and I'm sure her priorities must have shifted a lot too. She's probably making decisions based on what the Child of Prophecy should be doing, rather than what she actually wants to do herself. Am I wrong? I actually don't think that part of her's changed too much. Is that so? Well, in this case, I guess it's a good thing. So, she's so naturally stubborn. She's stubborn like a corgi. Still, I can tell you're concerned about her, and that you're keeping your concerns to yourself so as not to worry her. Do you remember what I said before? In this Lostbelt, you and I are just bystanders. Our role here is to see how things play out. Of course I remember that. Well, it's still true. We can't save Britain, and we can't save Artoria from her destiny. Once we acquire a means of fighting the foreign god, the best thing we can do is put this place behind us. That being said, I really respect your determination and your commitment. And I'm not just talking about to Chaldea, I'm talking about every step you've taken to get here. Once Morgan has been defeated, if you still want to save Britain, if you still want to help Artoria, I'll support you however I can, even if it means going well out of our way before helping proper human history. Do you think it's okay to say how I really feel? Of course it is. When you get right down to it, the only ones who can do really big things are those who work hard for what it is they want. Trust me, I've come this far on my own too, so I have some idea of what that feels like. I mean, you've been working so hard for so long, I think you're entitled to at least 1/10 of that effort into indulging yourself. Thanks. Artoria is another matter, though. I have no intention of indulging her. You know how she's incredibly competitive, but has almost no self-esteem? Not a great combination. If we don't keep her in line with her sense of duty, she's liable to go completely off the rails. You really are hard on Artoria, aren't you, Oberon? Of course I am! You would be too if you spent as much time worrying about her as I do, only to have her go and do something you never expected. I don't even know how many times I've had to pull strings from behind the scenes anymore. Ugh, if only she'd grow up more like a docile princess and less like a wild boar. I mean, I'm sorry. That's more personal preference thing than anything else. Honestly, well, I think Artoria's just fine the way she is. There's certainly never a dull moment when she's around. Well, now I know how... now I know he really does like her. Anyway, that's enough chatter for today. In fact, crap, I've been taking too long. I need to be back in Londinium by morning, but they'll know I've skived off. Bye! Are you sure Artoria isn't your Titania? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm always on the lookout for her, even now. But even in a story with a guaranteed happy ending, she's only the very smallest of bit players. She's a convenient plot device, forgotten as soon as it's no longer needed. No one ever gave a thought to her happiness when all was said and done. You were out getting food, Dawson? Sounds cool. But that's the life of a side character. You can't stop to worry about every little thing, or the whole world will fall apart. You can't expect that kind of imagination from a reader, or even from the playwright writing the script. Besides, it's all just a fairy tale. She was born to be forgotten with the turn of a page. So it's okay, my queen is the sort of woman who shouldn't ever actually exist. No worries. Water, water, water. Good day, distinguished guests, and thank you all for coming. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. The Valentine Mab match to determine which of these two fairies is prouder, more dignified, and just overall better than the other. Yay! There's a lot of spectators here. I see a lot of meat, too. Quick, throw some cheese at her. In the Moon Kitchen, we have Lady Knocknorea, leader of the Northern Fairies and daughter of the last queen. Damn, is that all chocolate she's carting around behind her? That's enough there to make a chocolate Orton axe. In the Star Kitchen, we have Lady Artoria, the Child of Prophecy, who has made even Queen Morgan sit up and take notice. Uh-oh. Is that the stuff she's carrying behind her really chocolate? Even Mashu's shield looks more appetizing. Are both contestants ready? You now have 1 hour to complete your finishing touches here in the cathedral. Remember, chocolate is toxic. Be sure to go out with a fiery finish. What? Dun dun dun.
Versus KO.
Go on, Star Kitchen.
You can do it.
Please direct your attention to Lady Knocknorea in the Moon Kitchen. As you can see, she is both calm and unhurried, even as she remains constantly in motion. A sure sign of someone with her eyes on the prize. When I stopped by her kitchen this morning for a comment, she said, and I quote, "My chocolate isn't merely a delicacy, it's art designed to melt your very soul." And looking at how it's coming along now, I believe it. I only wish all of you in the mezzanine could see this too. We can't even see it from the ground floor. Don't you have any screens around here? Unfortunately, only those in box seats can see the action unfold for themselves. If that interests you, you can always reserve one for the next Mab match for 60,000 more pounds.
10 times the price? The price of the mezzanine seats? Sounds fair.
Next, please direct your attention to Lady Artoria and her dazzling collaboration with her assistant in the Star Kitchen. Is that a cake? I've never seen such a wonderfully intricate decoration on one before. Her assistant is practically glowing with magical energy. I mean, sheer concentration. In the midst of all this chaos, she's adding details down to the millimeter. What an absolute madwoman! We may have a dark horse on our hands. I've been playing this for like 6 years, and I've done Fate Stay Night and lore videos. It's all that stuff together to keep me from getting confused, honestly. I have a backlog of things I understand that help serve as a foundation. Word on the street was that Lady Knocknorea was a shoo-in to win, but at this stage, it looks like the odds may actually be favoring the Star. Whoa, it already looks good enough to eat! You really are great at this, Mashu. Okay, now to add a pinch of my secret ingredient. Yeah! And you just ruined it. Are you an idiot? I do beg your pardon. Please continue to enjoy this, unique form of chocolate making. So we should just run for it now, right? Nah, I can't believe I'm saying this either, but we still don't know how this is gonna go. Valentine chocolate's more about feeling than flavor, right? So there's still a chance she could pull ahead. Flavor's pretty important too, though. Lowly Civil War, no. Time's up! That was a fast hour. Alright, contestants, let's see what you got. First up, Lady Knocknorea in the Moon Kitchen. Are they going to show the chocolates? Or are they too lazy to do that? Magnificent, truly magnificent. The sheer artistry and technical skill on display is a sight to behold. This chocolate Edinburgh Castle with a special 19-layer coating perfectly captures the dignity of a queen. If ever there was a chocolate to take its recipient's breath away, this is it. Though I think actually receiving this could be a bit too much in more ways than one. Heh, it's all true of course, but there's no need to be that effusive with your praise. I couldn't have done this without my capable assistant, Aiken Drum. Thank you, Lady Knocknorea. Now it's time to see what Lady Artoria's made in the Star Kitchen. I can't imagine why you made such a bold choice for your chocolate, but let's see it anyway. Bold for a heart? I mean, it looks good. Don't know if it can beat a castle. How are there intricate details on it, then?
No, it can't be.
What the What's the meaning of this? Woohoo? What's with this reaction? I wonder if a heart means something offensive to these people. I understand how you feel, everyone. I'm right there with you myself. Well, no, she's got a heart on her, too. But as your MC and as judge, it falls to me to be the first to say this, so I will. So say it I will. What an incredible shape. It's smooth, plump, and seems to be practically pulsing with warmth. Now that's what I call a Valentine. We are all witness to the birth of an all-new chocolate design. We think it's basic, but it's novel to them. Interesting. No, I don't know why they have cheese and lobster and shit. Woo!
What power! What strength! I can feel my blood boiling with excitement just looking at it.
I simply have to ask you, Lady Artoria, how did you come up with this design? This doesn't make any sense considering she's literally carrying around a heart right now. Why did you abandon that lovely cake your assistant made in favor of this? That shape is the Northern Fairy's most venerated symbol. Okay, they do know it. It means, prove thyself the strongest. What made you think to use it for your chocolate? Are you some kind of genius? Oh, no, definitely not. Mashu just taught me how to make it, that's all. She said it also represents the heart, even though it looks nothing like a real one. That's true. And since it's so simple to make, it's easy to put your own heart and soul into it. Easy to put your heart and soul into? What a beautiful expression. I can't believe I, of all fairies, forgot about the single most important thing that goes into chocolate. That's right, it doesn't matter how expensive your ingredients are, or how fancy the brand is. What truly matters is the feelings you put into it. While Lady Knocknorea's chocolate is undoubtedly more beautiful to look at, and surely more delicious. Have you even tried it yet, though? There's no question that Lady Artoria's chocolate is the clear winner when it comes to sheer passion. As of this moment, I have nothing but the highest respect for her. And so we have our winner, Lady Artoria of the Star Kitchen. Huh. That's it, Artoria. You finally found your forte. Taking credit as her mentor despite being completely uninvolved. Well, I'll be damned. I had no idea you had an ace like that up your sleeve. Would you consider selling me the rights to that idea? You did it, Artoria! I remember Maeve was all confused when we talked about the hearts flooding from her back. So maybe that has something to do with it. How does Cara and Hortensia show up here? They're just saying she's a Valentine's fairy, and reusing the same asset, really. Don't think too hard about it. Just consume product. And get excited for next product. You did it, Artoria! It's all thanks to you, Mashu. That makes the 212 practice chocolates we made worth it. Wait a second. Do fairies not know what a heart shape is? Sure looks that way. Either that or they just don't associate that symbol with the heart or soul. I mean, just look at Knocknorea's magical energy aura. Oh, right, she can't see it herself, can she? That doesn't make any sense. The castle should have won no matter how you slice it. How did they make that into some kind of feel-good story? Now, let's just call this a one-of-a-kind fluke victory. You're right, it is called plot armor. Besides, knowing Knocknorea, I'm sure it'll just be a matter of time until she incorporates heart shapes into her next beautiful Huh? Uh-oh. Hey, Artoria. How come your chocolate looks like it's pounding? Did you do something to it? Just to be sure, it's not about to explode, is it? Of course not. Even Artoria would mistake gunpowder for sugar. Nope, I definitely didn't. Trust me, I tasted every ingredient and only put on the yummy ones. All of them. All of them? What exactly do you mean by all of them? I mean all the different ingredients, of course. You guys had so many good ones for us to use that it would have been a waste not to use them, right? It's true, I saw it myself, while Mashu was cleaning up the mixing bowls. Lady Artoria used some shifty technique to squeeze all the ingredients into the chocolate. That gave the chocolate a massive amount of magical energy, fusing its ingredients and creating a new life form. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, did it kill her? And now, as you can see, it's created a calamity that threatens the entire world. Ugh. This is so stupid. The chocolate firing laser beams! The Child of Prophecy made a super weapon! Run for your lives! This is the dumbest thing I have ever seen. Ah, it's damaging my cathedral, and it's turning my fairies into chocolate. Oh, Jesus. What in the world were you thinking? You can't just mix in everything and anything and everything. All at once. Into a bagel. Let me guess, you're the kind of fairy who thinks anything that takes 10 minutes at low heat to cook can also be cooked in 2 minutes at high heat, aren't you? Mm-hmm. Master, we need to fight to preserve Artoria's honor. I mean, to cover up the evidence. Some hearts just can't be saved. Nice turn of phrase there, Mashu. Please don't beat it up too badly. I promise it should be still really yummy. I don't know what ingredients you're talking about. Is this enough sugar to, like, instantly give you a heart attack? Now, is it just one chocolate or multiple chocolates? It is a good question. I'm gonna bring Squirtoria just to be safe. Assuming it's one. If not, I'll use the other guys, I guess. Yeah, let's try it. Destroy the chocolate! Majin Buu. Misbegotten monstrosity.
参上です。
With really cool music, what the hell? This music is way too cool for Death by Chocolate.
運命をかけた戦いであれば白兵戦行きます。やだな。熱を帯びなさい。丸みは運命をかけた戦いであれば白兵戦行きます。
裏打ちはしません。
ホールドアップ。
ええ、遠慮はしませんとも。スイミング。華麗。あまりにも華麗。小柱とキレ。エクスカリバー。ビビアン。えいと。エクス。
隙を突かれました。
You killed one of them already?
同じき知って
I looked away for a second.
あまり悩ませないの楽しくなるでしょ
ビッグウェーブ。イングランド。
目を背
録音。
けないで
スイミング。華麗。あまりにも華麗。小柱とキレ。エクスカリバー。ビビアン。
Nagiko theme?
浜辺は綺麗に。何事も後片付けが大切です。
Oh, it has an insta-kill skill. That's vicious. Knocknorea! Look out! Huh? Knocknorea! She gonna get turned into chocolate? Game over. "5 years ago in Gloucester. An incident took place several days after my humiliating experience at the Farium. Wow, you're a King Clan fairy, Knocknorea? I've never seen one of you before. Well, that's no surprise. I don't have any subjects in the South yet. But just you wait, one day all the South's major cities will be home to King Clan fairies. That's what the Northern fairies all want, and it's the destiny I've inherited from the previous queen. See, you're carrying on the last queen's purpose, huh? But you're the only King Clan fairy around, right, Knocknorea? So even if you do get the Northern fairies to move here, that doesn't mean there'll be more King Clan fairies. Sure there will. Any fairy I share my blood with becomes part of the King Clan. Huh? Is that sort of a mindset thing, like the difference between being a bully and a victim? Wow, you are just the worst at analogies, aren't you? Queen Bee and drones are right there. Or even a king and her vassals. Didn't who already... Oh, what? What do you think of short girls in anime? I don't know. If they're cute, they're cute. I don't care if they're taller or shorter necessarily. It's the other parts that matter. Anyway, there's always been one King Clan fairy, ever since the King Clan began. Mab was born from the corpses of the many northern fairies who were killed in the War of Spring. Sure, their bodies became part of Britain itself when they died, but they also refused to be reborn as next generations. Well, it was more like, since there was no land where they would have been born, they would have just died and been born again right away. So rather than subjecting themselves to a cycle like that, they decided to pour all of themselves into a single king. That king was Mab, the Great Fairy. She was kind of like the Northern Fairies version of Queen Morgan. Mab was all the Northern Fairies combined into a single fairy. Her rules focused on control and prosperity. That allowed her to share power with anyone who swore loyalty to her. So she did just that with fairies who sought her out, and created a place for them all to live on the Western Island. What parts? I don't know. Figure, face, just other things if they're attractive or not, you know? Of course, creating a whole island took a lot out of her, so she was pretty weak by the time it was done. It just goes to show you never know what life has in store. If Mab hadn't grown weak, she would have never have taken on the bodyguard who eventually became her spouse. A spouse? And let me tell you, they could barely keep their hands off each other. It was like a never-ending spring. And that's why you should always avoid spring. Stick to autumn and winter. At any rate, anyone who swears loyalty to the King Clan gets to share in their power. That means any fairy who's given some of my blood becomes part of the King Clan for as long as they remain loyal. As the Queen Bee, I have my drones show their loyalty by performing labor, and drones in turn get my power for themselves. So the more Northern Fairies I bring together under my command, the more the King Clan grows in number. I see. So when you share your power, does that power eventually come back to you? No, it doesn't. That's the one big downside to this system. I don't lend them my power, I give it to them. So the more King Clan fairies I make, the weaker I become. But obviously that wouldn't be sustainable, right? So of course Mab thought of a solution. She expanded her Fey domain to encompass all of Britain, and made a new rule to go with it. As long as her subjects remain part of the King Clan, the clan's combined power shall be her power as well. So even though she was pretty poor after doling out money to all of her subjects, she hadn't actually lost anything, since the whole kingdom belonged to her. It's so hot. Yeah, it's pretty warm outside for me too. She chose to empower her nation herself. Empower her nation rather than herself. I think she was really onto something. A nation can't grow by the hand of one person alone, on one set of values. You need many working together to make it as rich and beautiful as it can be. Gloucester here might be a little, twisted, but it's still a prime example of what I'm talking about. That's why my duty is to claim Camelot's throne for myself and unify all of Britain. It would have been a lot easier if Morgan had named me her successor, but instead she chose Tristan, right? So as long as that whack job's around, what choice do I have but to take it by force? I couldn't believe my ears. She talked about seizing Camelot's throne with the same nonchalance as someone talking about going out for a walk. As far as I'm concerned, she was already a great queen at that point. Even as she talked about what the last queen wanted, she still chose to be her successor. She spoke of her ambitions greedily, selfishly, and without a hint of shame or concern as to what anyone else might think. That's the Knocknorea I knew, the most hardworking fairy in all of Britain. That's one hell of a purpose, but, are you sure it's okay to tell me that? I mean, you're talking about revolting against the Queen, right? Oh, are you gonna report me? Could you even do that if you wanted to? Especially when you're practically radiating death to all the clan's energy yourself? Am I? You are. I know I'm something else, but you're pretty impressive in your own right, you know that? You see yourself as being apart from every other fairy out there, right? Hell, everything about you is out of the ordinary. I'm not talking about the kind of lower class and upper class distinctions that Morgan chose. Favorite color of swimsuit? I don't know if I care as much about the color. I guess it would just have to be in my favorite colors. I like darker colors. Like we said before, black, red, purple. Even pink I'll take. Even though that's not exactly dark. I'm not as big of a fan of yellows and greens, I suppose. No, in your case, it feels more like you're an entirely different kind of being altogether. Basically, you're looking down at every fairy in Britain. Are you nuts? I'm the one who's looked down upon. That's it. That's the spirit. Being reasonable is all well and good, but pieces of you will die if you take it too far like I did. Huh? Are you saying you're dead on the inside, Knocknorea? Even though you're so, well, brazen? Oh wait, I get it. It's the other way around. You're brazen because you're dead. Like the Darlington zombie incident. Don't be ridiculous. Oh, stop that. There's no need for violence. That was just an example. Or rather, that all happened a long time ago. I saw you apologizing to that fairy you were in the hall with earlier. Was that your village's leader or something? No, forget that. It doesn't matter. What is the difference between an emo and a goth? You never really understood? I guess the general philosophy. I know goth people, they actually dress pretty similar, honestly. Although I guess emo has kind of more of a punk vibe to it. The music's different, right? I've never known. I just bundle it all together into kind of that hot topic-y style. The point is, you kept apologizing, saying you were sorry you're so weak and promising to try your best next time, right? Well, cut it out, at least when I'm within earshot. Hearing that crap really pisses me off. What's wrong with being weak? Who gets hurt if you can't do it? You're the only one who's going to get upset about you being weak, and it's not other fairies who will be doing their best next time. Of course, it's natural to have regrets over failures, mistakes, overeating, and so on. Overeating? But never, ever apologize for being weak. There's no greater waste of time. You're right, emo's like, the world sucks. I should go hurt myself. And just so you know, I'm not telling you this because I feel sorry for you. I'm mad because apologizing for your weakness doesn't help anyone, least of all yourself. With that kind of power, you should be holding your head high and fighting for whatever you want. You're a real fairy deep down, right? Fiery fairy, like a dragon pretending to be a house cat. So quit worrying about what everyone else thinks of you and sink those fangs into your dreams. But believe me, there are plenty of people out there who don't have the power to even do that. Those words were what really astonished me. She was born into luxury with incredible power at her disposal, but despite that, or maybe because of it, she also understood exactly how much she and her fellow fairies were truly blessed. Huh, easy for you to say when you're not the one who will have to live with the consequences. Alright then, if you're going to lecture me about dreams, what about yours? You've probably already sunk your fangs into them, but still. My dream, you need to ask? It's romance. When I find someone who rocks me to my core, our romance is going to rock the whole damn kingdom to its foundation. Are you crazy? Besides, that's no dream, that's reality. I mean, you must have had a lover for ages now, right? Well, that's just it, I don't. Hold it, you just laughed at me in your head, didn't you? Don't get me wrong, I'm not lacking opportunities. I could have anyone in Edinburgh, bruh, if I wanted. Right, of course. How could you not? When you're so pretty. But then, why aren't you dating anyone? I guess it's my way of setting myself apart from the last queen. You know how depriving yourself of the thing you want most lights a figurative fire in your belly? Well, I'm going to use that fire to claim the throne and save my romance for after I'm King of Britain. This is a long conversation. It was so ridiculous I couldn't help but laugh. She didn't even realize that she had her purpose and her dream completely mixed up. She didn't want to become king so she could then have a romance. She just wanted the romance and felt like she had to get her predecessor's wish out of the way by becoming king to do it. What's so funny? What's your dream then, huh? Is it that much better than mine? I guess mine's not too far off. I want to try walking around the city as an upper-class fairy. I want to be proud and stylish like you are. I can only imagine how great that must feel. I remember thinking, I wouldn't mind having her for a rival. I'd have to go with without a lot of things in my life, but at least in terms of someone to compete with, it looks like I got everything I could have asked for. You idiot. This isn't pride, this is fashion. I don't mind helping you with that side of things, but that's not what a real dream is. Anyway, first, we need to see who can put down the burdens we're carrying the soonest. Should we see who gets there first? That night, I took a look in the same sky as my incredible friend, a fairy who spoke of her dreams with pride and nobility. I thought I'd sealed that horrid memory away. Looks like you got a small concussion. Jesus. From a chocolate? Well, she died of cheese, so it's not too bad, right? Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I miss out on something fun, or...? That's right, I remember now. I took a direct hit from that chocolate. How dare that thing revolt against its creator? Come on, everyone! Let's smash that thing and eat it up like the sweet treat it was supposed to be. I guess you really were just knocked out for a bit. Have pleasant dreams since it was you, since you were up all night? No, I didn't. And I wasn't up all night either. I slept great, if you must know. Now do you give in or what? Yes, I give in. You won the mab match fair and square. Lucky for you, the judge made her decision before all the spectators ran for their lives. As promised, I'll let the Child of Prophecy command my forces, and I'll go along with whatever you tell me to. I look forward to seeing what you're capable of. Huh? Are you feeling okay, Knocknorea? Did you eat something that didn't agree with you? I think we all came close to eating something we shouldn't have. Hey, Sarah, do you think you might be giving Artoria too long a leash? At least stop feeding her pies after midnight, okay? She needs all the brain power she can get, and those things clearly aren't doing her any favors. Hey, what's wrong with a midnight snack? Artoria, I think Knocknorea is talking about your alliance. Oh, right. Still, are you sure? You're sure about this? I mean, given what a horrible mess this has turned out to be, it doesn't really feel like I won. Oh good, so you do see what a mess this was. I'm glad to know you still have some semblance of rational thought left in that thick skull. Anyway, while it's obvious I would win a rematch, we don't have any more time to waste. Especially since the Queen's probably known you were in Edinburgh since last night. Yeah, I've seen that, Dawson. It's pretty cool. I guess I'm not into the Lolita part of the fashion as much. And when she realizes we're teaming up, she's going to assemble all her forces scattered in Camelot. so we need to take her down before that happens. Are you ready to do this, Artoria? You need to hurry back to the south, ring Oxford's bell. Then bring the Round Table Army and any other troops you can to my camp. In the meantime, I'll have my forces march to Camelot's main gate. But I thought you said you'd never join forces with the Round Table Army. I just don't want to see them dying in front of me. I can't ensure their safety since they can't join my clan. But I will admit that human knights, Percival included, are a good match for the Queen's knights. My subjects certainly can't use Moor's poison weapons. So I suppose I can make an exception, especially since I've been told humans aren't as fragile as I believed. Isn't that right, Sarah? Well, well, how nice to see you two became friends while I was all up all night learning how to make chocolate. By the way, Knocknorea, do you still remember that night in Gloucester? Of course I do. What do you take me for, a fool? At any rate, you have my word that the Northern Fairies will fight beside the Child of Prophecy. Now get going, we don't have any time to spare. Okay, that's fair. I was the one who rang Orkney's bell. Sarah, Mashu, Da Vinci. Muramasa, Habicat, Redra, and Grimmer. Please pack your bags as soon as you can. As soon as you can. We need to hurry back to Oxford. No, I'm gonna stay put here. You'll need someone to coordinate communications between you and the North, right? Besides, it looks like these guys don't have a mage of their own, so I'm gonna teach them some basics they'll need to know when going up against Morgan. You will? Well, as long as you can be useful, that's fine with me. Don't you worry. I'm going to inscribe runes on as many of your soldiers' shields as I can. Morgan's spells pack a serious wallop, so we gotta make sure they can at least take one hit from them. Okay, I'll make you my official court mage and tactician then. This is great. Now I'm really starting to feel like a queen. Well, see you later, Artoria, Sarah. I would have liked to show you around Edinburgh. It's just because it's not spelled at all like it sounds. Where's the bruh when it's Berg? But that'll have to wait until another day. Next time we meet, it'll be on the battlefield. Let's make sure we're both dressed to kill. Yes. Kill, kill, kill. You should dress like Kill a Kill. That would be nice. To the Northern Plains for a random fight, perhaps? Edinburgh. We're on the road again. In the poor aspect ratio. Oh, it was a lot of work getting here, but we finally have lots of good news to share. What the hell? Oh. I can't wait to see the look on Percival's face. When I tell him Knocknorea agreed to do what we say. Yep, but first, to Oxford! Well, look at you giggling like a schoolgirl. Really enjoyed your match with Knocknorea, huh? Huh? Yeah, I guess so. Plus, maybe it's because I stayed up all night, but I didn't have any weird dreams. Liar. Still, now that I think about it, I have been enjoying myself a lot. And not just in Edinburgh, for this whole journey. In fact, once we defeat Morgan and all this is over, I think I might even miss traveling around like this. Oh, right. You said Ash and I look identical, didn't you? And saying that kind of thing probably doesn't make it any easier for you, does it? I'm sorry, this whole experience must have been a lot for you. Still, in a way, I'm glad you're mourning her loss. We're both lucky to have you as a companion. Not at all. I'm the one who was lucky to have such great companions. There was Ash, the Black Knight, Rhynek, and even though he was a little scary, and... And, huh? That's weird. I could have sworn there was someone else with us the whole time, but I can't seem to remember them. See, why? See, clearly there's a select piece of her memory that was missing. Just a little. Redrabit? What the fuck?
We're under attack! Someone's been waiting to ambush us! We're surrounded! Everyone, please get out of here! I need you to defend the wagon!
Can't believe we're running into the Queen's soldiers even out here in Knocknorea's territory. Let's go, Sarah, Da Vinci, Mashu.
No, nice soldiers, we're Mars! You want some Mars? We taste yummy! We got chocolate, we got marshmallow with s'mores!
Don't tell me they're human. Damn it. I know what I just said, but you'd better stand back, Sarah. You shouldn't even get near these things. Da Vinci, Habitrot, we're going to take care of them ourselves, got that? Works for me. Sarah, Mashu, you two keep your distance. I'm guessing those things are...
裁縫道具を荒ごとには使い
Oh,
た
a
くないんだ
completely
けど
scripted fight.
しゃあないか
20 of
み
them.
んなは真似しちゃダメだぜ
20 of them. Dude. Dude. Alright, let's see what I can do here. That did nothing. Increases NB gauge. Yeah, good going. What is this? Invincible. Alright, why not?
妖精が何だってんだ。
黄金律にも種類があるのさ
折れんなよ。切るぜ、あの辺りか。真髄解明完成理念。
Guess we'll just have to kill them all then.
技法臨界。これが俺のつむかい村正だ。
Jesus, that's a lot of cursing. What do you have, Tourette's? Stop it. Jesus. Holy fuck. Okay. I guess I got him though. Alright. This way, Master. We should get away from the wagon for now. I think those creatures that attacked us are living humans who were afflicted with the Morse Curse. The Morse Curse affecting humans? That shouldn't even be possible unless someone... Look out! Aha! Wow, that was amazing! You deflected my magecraft yet again! How did you do it? How did you know what I was up to? Why are you the only ones running away after all the trouble I went through to scatter all the human trash around? Oban Shi. Don't you dare say that name. It's not my fault. It's not. I remember you. You're Tamlin Tristan. Yes, that's right. I'm Mother's only daughter. The only fairy in all of Fairy Britain to inherit her magecraft. Which is why... I'm going to kill you, pieces of shit! No pathetic little shits like you are gonna take my rightful place from me! Damn. Alright. She's going to invulnerable invade like every other turn. It's a pain. Hmm. What kind of... What kind of invul, I guess? Use Canis? Why use Canis? Can you explain, Primordial? Well, I've got my own Muramasa. That counts. Where is he? Oh, right here. But he's the opposite class, though. Why would I want to use him? I don't want to use Super... I don't have Super Orion. How about that? I don't think I do. Alright, well, we'll see how this goes. Oh yeah, class advantage. I'll put a Canis in, sure, why the hell not? I just was bonding her up for all that before. Wait, are you a Buster? Sure are. Alright. I'll give you your Bustercraft essence. I don't have Tristan. I don't think. Or I didn't level him up if I did. God, she's smoking. I will. We'll take as much damage from her as we can before... Like, nobody can stand a frickin' Skog. She is the best. I love Skog so much. Best Lancer ever. This might have been one of the easiest fights. Ever watch the episode of South Park where they turn into anime characters? Yes. I love that.
何のためにやります。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバー。
Well, we'll see.
ここでまっすぐ。
I'm kind of not offended because I get to watch her noble phantasm again.
悔しい悔しい。私みたいな雑魚に殺されるのってどんな気持ち？まあどうでもいいか。もうやだ。
Well, there she goes with what you just said.
死ねないの。
Yeah, I don't have a way to stop her from doing what she just did. Why would I be offended? I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, she put another one on, or what? No, just this one time. Alright. Let's take her out. And it should just be like that. Offended by what? What would I be offended by? I don't know what you're talking about. Hooray!
今回はうまくいきました。
God damn it, Cartman! You can't keep making up new powers!
Yep. That's how I feel most shonen anime are, gens. That's one of the things I don't like about them. They just kind of like make stuff like that up the whole time. Oh. I lost. Again. Poor pathetic Bobanshi. Everyone loves Bobanshi. Says who? I mean, I do. Of course I can't beat you. You're the child of prophecy. You and I are nothing alike. Nothing at all alike. So since I can't beat you in a fair fight... Well, because she's doing an attack on me. That's why I would be offended. How dare you attack me, you know. But if I get to watch her be hot, I don't mind if it takes damage. I'll just have to make the human my toy instead. Uh-oh, what is that? Ada? Oh no! Sarah! Blah, 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 blah. That was a cool effect. Very cool. Huh? Where did Senpai and Artoria go? Ah, that was perfect. Now that's one hell of a bonus. I knew the Child of Prophecy would dodge that, so I was going to just trap the human to have some fun with her. But then she walked right into it herself! What a dumbass! But hey, they're both trash anyway, so what better place for them than a dumpster? Then they're in that jar? What was that? You trying to avenge Bogart or something? As if I'd ever fight you again, idiot. Mirror, oh mirror, show me my reflection. Sucks to be all brawn and no brains, doesn't it? The Child of Prophecy and the Foreign Mage are finished. Britain belongs to Mother and no one else, damn it. Ah, she's going to be so happy with me. Wait, stop! Get back here! Tristan! Oh my god, that poor face. Mashu! Darlington? Lost will. Hey, you hear what happened in the flats on 6th Street? They say none of the fairies who lived there ever came back. So Lady Tristan's at it again, huh? I swear you can't relax for a second in this city. I didn't like how they were laughing. I didn't know how quiet they were. You just can't win with her. Or I didn't like how quiet they were. Why in the world did the Queen bring a fairy like that here? You said it. Camelot would be a damn utopia if it wasn't for killing fairies left and right. Damn it, one of these days I hope someone puts that demented brat in her place. I'll say this for Salisbury. Lady Aurora would have imprisoned a fairy like Tristan long ago. Tamlin Tristan? Surely you're joking, no? Who could ever respect that repugnant little brat? The High Queen's daughter? Please. She's the only one who takes that seriously. Has High Queen Morgan ever even said one kind thing to her? She's just a pig walking on its hind legs in a fancy dress. She wouldn't know culture or dignity if it jumped up and bit her. Oh yes, a more beloved daughter, that one is. Most beloved. Did you know Tristan destroyed the entire city of Cambridge? I must say it reflects incredibly poorly on the High Queen that she permits so toxic a creature to continue doing as she pleases. I mean, I'm not saying I believe that myself, but I've often heard it said. I can only hope Her Majesty comes to her senses soon. If only she wasn't a Tamlin, we'd put that uppity brat in her place. I know what you're saying, Dawson. I don't think she has STDs. New Darlington's done for. You can't even call it a city at this point. Anyone trying to escape from there is sent to the underground prison, and the only ones moving to New Darlington are criminals. There's not a single decent fairy left in the place. You know they kill at least one a night at their slaughterhouse theater. And the whole reason the city The city of Preston defected to Knocknorea's King Clan is because of the so-called football tournament Tristan held there, isn't it? First, New Darlington tricked teams from all the major cities into coming there. Then they executed all the teams that lost, and finally Preston after they'd won. Yikes. Debauchery is one thing, but that is just absurd. It would be one thing if she had real skill, like Lady Lancelot and Lady Gawain. No, I would not smash if I knew she had an STD. No. No. I would not do that. But that brat got more, that brat's got no more magical energy than a typical lower-class fairy. If she weren't gifted with Sir Tristan's name, she'd be a third-rate fairy at best. No, even with his name, she's still third-rate. Without Her Majesty's protection, she'd be no match at all for knights like us. Just goes to show that the smallest dogs bark the loudest. If she weren't Her Majesty's daughter, every fairy in Camelot would be out to put that yappy bitch down for good. I mean, she is a murderous vampire. Shut up, shut up, shut up! They're the ones who keep yapping. It doesn't matter what those peons say. I'm still the Queen's daughter. Mother taught me magecraft. She gave me clothes. Some of them. Gifted me a name. She gave me New Darlington and said I could play with it however I liked. That means I'm supposed to kill any fairy who annoys me, right? That I should destroy anything I don't like, right? Why? And yet Mother never praises me, no matter how many times I do that. I ask you, why? I'm trying as hard as I can, but I don't know what she wants from me. Why must you always be like that, Boban-shi? I'm sorry, High Queen Morgan. I promise I'll do better next time. I promise I'll kill more next time. I'm Boban-shi. I'm a free-spirited, selfish, elegant, cruel, and beautiful cold. Everyone in Britain loves me. Delusions. That's the part I'll play. I promise. I'll be just the successor you want. I promise. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I always end up like this. But I'm doing the best I can. I just don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Mother. You're the kindest mother ever. I don't know where I'd be if you hadn't found me. And we're in her place. Huh? I'm in my room? On my bed? Why? I thought I did good this time. I trapped them in the garden, went into the mirror, and then... Why is my body so heavy? This isn't good. I have to get up. Whoa, easy there, Lady Spinel. You got some big bags under your eyes, you know that? Did you not get enough sleep? Or have you been pushing yourself too hard? Right, of course you have. You did pinch that treasure right from the throne. I'm impressed you managed to sneak in there while Morgan wasn't watching. She's pretty furious with you now, but I think it's great. Kids are supposed to act up as they get older. Barrel, is that you? I'm sorry, I'll get up right... Huh? Easy, don't try to get up. You're exhausted now, right? So you should be lying down. Okay, but Barrel, what was that sound just now? It sounded like something fell to the floor. Oh, that? Don't worry about it. Your fingertip just fell off because your body's rotting. But hey, it doesn't hurt, right? Why is my... Beats me. Maybe it's because you used the Garden of Lost Will? I mean, that is one hellaciously powerful cursed artifact, isn't it? Then again, maybe it's because Morgan's finally fed up with you and stopped feeding you magical energy. Is she more spoiled than Tristan? Than Ishtar? Maybe? I don't know. I think she's more tragic, that's for sure. And if that's what it is, you really shouldn't be holding on to the garden. It'll just make your condition worse. Here, let me have it. I'll put it somewhere nice and safe. You think so? But Barrel, I really need to... Relax, it's fine. I'm just gonna put it in the underground sanctuary, where it'll be nice and safe. You stay put and rest up here, okay? Just until you can stand up on your own again. Wait, come back. Why the underground sanctuary? Barrel, where did you go? I can't move. I can't move. That's strange. I can't move my arms or legs at all. Dude, that sucks. I woke to the sound of my heart being chipped away deep inside my chest. Where am I? This isn't the field I was in. It's much farther away. It's like I'm somewhere between Britain and the planet's inner sea. This must be the garden where Merlin said he was imprisoned. But he also said there were different kinds of gardens. Sweet Dreams, Dark Abyss, Lost Will, The Innocent. And it looks like this garden is probably... I knew it. This is the Garden of Lost Will. A cold and unforgiving garden that whittles away the hearts of its visitors by stripping away their delusions and torturing them with self-loathing. Merlin did say you can leave this garden if you can hold out till the end. But the whole thing is a cruel trap meant to make you lose your heart and mind before you can. Well, whatever. I can always cut the line when I need to avoid having my heart and mind destroyed. Sure, I won't be able to escape anymore if I do that, but there's no way Bobanshi has enough magical energy to keep this garden going that long anyway. I'll eventually get out of here one way or another, so until then... I just have to contend with a bunch of things I'd rather not. Ah, the prophecy was true. That girl is our star of hope. She will be our salvation. She will be our absolution. She is the savior who washed up on our shore, along with the name Arctoria. May you grow healthy and strong. To the age of 16, may the Queen's soldiers never find you. Now go on, hurry. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Hurry and greet your 16th birthday. We have complete faith in you. Which is why... you must give everything you have for us. Caster, I brought you a new book. It's about etiquette for upper-class fairies. You should study it now, so that you'll be ready when you leave the castle one day. For the castle one day. Let's see, do you mind if I put it on the table here? It won't leave you much room in the stable. You'll just have to make do. By the way, have your Fey markings grown yet? You'll be 16 years old in only 2 more years, you know. I'm getting a little worried. Your journey is going to be hard enough as it is. I see you're working hard again today, Caster. You are so diligent, dedicated, and innocent. You play just as hard as you study, and you always find whatever it is the village needs at any given moment. Can servants get pregnant? It has happened one time ever. And that's in Fate Requiem. With Eretsumi's mom. Which was, Izanami, right? The other fairies could learn a thing or two from you. Just seeing you in action fills us with hope. Still, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to pay this year's tax. We've already sold most of the jewelry you were wearing when your boat washed up here, along with the rest of the treasure it carried. Huh. Some of the fairies are even starting to wonder if you really are the child of prophecy. Ah, what are we going to do? We'll be lucky if we even survive the winter. Why must you be so terribly weak and useless? Bitch, you were just complimenting her. That was weird. Ugh, I swear, none of these fairies have any tact. I guess that's what happens when you've lived past your prime. Well, there's nothing wrong with saying what you don't like something. In fact, you should say so. Don't you agree, Caster? I mean, you don't want anyone treating you differently just because you're the child of prophecy either, right? So I don't care if you're the child of prophecy. I'm gonna treat you like the slave you are. Dude, so much for friend. Oh, have you been growing? You really need to start if you're going to catch up to where you need to be. Especially since we don't have any of yours left to sell. Well, we can always sell you to the High Queen if we have to. The child of prophecy, the child of prophecy, the child of prophecy raised in a stable. The child of prophecy, she was raised as the village slave. The child of prophecy, she always smiled and said, right away, when told to do something, no matter how much she didn't want to. She'd be killed if she refused, after all. How could she say no? It was so much easier to keep quiet and do as she was told. I used to think I could survive that way. I thought as long as I didn't rock the boat too much, since I finally turned 16, I may be burdened with an impossible duty, but I could at least finally leave that village. We want to see proof. Proof that you really are the child of prophecy. That blacksmith who lives on the cliff is redacted! You're the only one he's not wary of. You're the only one he trusts. If you're truly the fairy destined to save Britain, then redact him for us. Please, please, we're so anxious. Our every day is filled with fear. Because of the bearded blacksmith? So go on, prove you can protect us by taking care of him. Of course. Of course I will. He's like your buddy, right? Is he probably like the one guy who doesn't treat you like shit? This. Right. No way. That's it, I've had enough. I'm just gonna cut the line and close off the way to the exit now. And so the child of prophecy left Tintagel for good. Good thing I've always been quick to cheer up when I'm feeling down. Afterwards, to make a long, not interesting story short, I went into the nameless woods. And now I've come across Sarah. Just as she's moments away from succumbing to the Lost Will's traps. For a moment, I thought I saw Artoria on the other side of that wall. But that can't be right. I mean, there's a wall there. And the whole point of walls is you can't see or go through them. So I couldn't have seen her on the other side. You can if you're using an aimbot on a wall hack. What are you looking at, Sarah? Are you so exhausted you've started hallucinating? Well, get it together already. We can't have you spacing out while we're storming the Lostbelts. We may have any number of replacements for you, but you're still the last master of humanity. Huh? Replacements? You mean you found other race shift candidates? Do you still not get it? You understand that you don't need to race shift to get into Lostbelts, right? We have another master candidate in Kadak now. Once his treatment is finished, you won't be our only option anymore. Oh wait, he's not really a master candidate, is he? You were the only one who was just a candidate. Hang on, I have to take this. Hello? Kadak's awake now, and he's in good health? That's great. Send him to the command room immediately. Good news, Sarah. Kadak's fully recovered. You can go back to just being a spare, and we can start doing our jobs properly without holding your hand all the time. So that's how it is. All that talk about how much they need me, and how they blow me off just like that, and now they do. Hey Sarah, what do you think you're doing here? Get it through your head already, will you? You're not a master anymore. You're supposed to be on standby in your room, right? Just get back in there before you get in trouble. But I need to stay in shape just in case. I mean, there's no telling when I might have to go to another Lostbelt. Huh? What are you talking about? Your training and mission days are over. You're just a regular girl with no special talents. Stop trying to be someone you're not. Just to hang out in your room and let all the experts handle things. Just hang out? How exactly do I do that? All this time I've been training to handle, watching someone die, or seeing something unspeakable. I've been practicing overcoming my flight response and clearing my mind, all because they demanded it. this point, I don't even remember what else to do with my spare time. I just can't tell. Is this really who I'm supposed to be? I see you're afraid to come to terms with your situation, to see the world as it really is, Miss Sarah. I understand. To tell the truth, I've been mulling the same thought over for some time now. I don't agree, Dawson. This is a fictional world. It doesn't necessarily work that way. Is solving this case truly the right thing to do? Think about it. Even if we manage to prevent what's happened here, we won't regain what we lost. Once this case has been closed, you'll be left with nothing more than a broken, empty world. By comparison, even the current state of the world is fairly overflowing with hope. No matter how bleak things may be, there's still a chance you'll be rewarded as long as you keep solving problems one at a time. You see, isn't that precisely how things are so much easier for you now? There's no longer any means to recover what you've lost, so you might as well forget it all. Don't worry, no one will blame you. With all of humanity having long since ceased to exist, there is simply no one else left to do so. Maybe I should stop this for her. It's not like she can cut her own line. Honestly, this lost will stuff is worse than I thought. Even when it doesn't concern me, I can't even bear to watch. Sarah's eyes keep getting more and more unfocused. She's holding her chest tightly, like she's in a vacuum, and is having more and more difficulty breathing. Listen to me, Sarah. There's no need to feel sorry for these people. They're all from a hypothetical history, a living what-if scenario foisted on us without our consent. True, I can understand the logic in them considering us their enemies. But that's all there is to it. It doesn't change the fact that they've already lost. So what if a meteor impact resulted in a new ice age? So what if Ragnarok burned their world to the ground? Yes, I'm sure that made things hard for them. That's not our cross to bear. So don't bother listening to the residents of the Lostbelts. Besides, we've got them all beat when it comes to sheer suffering. We're from proper human history. We're the victors. We took the intended route. We can't let anyone take that from us. We can't. Still, what can we do with only 12 of us? There's no way we can ever rebuild what was lost. You know as well as I do how bleak things are, right? Those Lostbelt people know nothing of this kind of solitude, this sort of pressure. They should be the ones to compromise. They should be the ones to disappear. Any pain they've experienced is nothing compared to ours. In the end, they're all just foisting the worst parts of ourselves onto each other. We act like what we want is what the entire world wants. Yeah. I've been telling myself it's only for now, that everything is going to go back to normal. That's why I've been able to make it this far, but the truth is... You know, you're not quite right in the head. You've almost died countless times, surviving by luck alone. You've forsaken countless worlds, kept alive by the devil's own luck. You've abandoned countless people, countless worlds to their deaths. And despite all that, you're still no worse for wear. Stop it. Dude, NTR Lion died a while ago, don't you remember? You're going to, what, just grit your teeth and bear it because it's just for now? It's not my fault I have to fight. It's not my fault I can't save anyone. This is no time to whine about how hard I have it. I can just bury my face in my hands so no one can see me crying. It'll be okay. Once everything's gone back to normal, I can go back to how I used to be, too. That's what you've been telling yourself, isn't it? But it's not true. Hearts, they change so easily, but they never go back to what they once were.
Stop it.
Stop it.
If you really think things will go back to normal once the fighting's over, you're kidding yourself. Your heart isn't going anywhere. It can't. The sights that have been seared into your mind will never disappear. The stench that seeped into your skin can never be scrubbed away. There's no going back for you. So why are you trying so desperately to convince yourself otherwise? Please, just stop. I'm begging you. Ugh. You see, you passed your limit long ago. I figured it out sooner than you'd think. Nope, that's one of the better things about proper human history. Everybody's equal, and no one is special. Since no one there is eternal or volatile to the way fairies are here, in the outside world, things are pretty much always changing. Wow, that sounds like such a human way to run a kingdom. The truth is, I was thinking the exact opposite. You guys are all such liars, it makes me sick. Everybody's equal, no one is special. Even as platitudes go, it's revolting. There will always be those who are superior as well as those inferior. Of course, there will always be special people, too. Liam, we are inside of the garden spell that Boban-Shi cast on us, and it's showing us all sorts of depressing stuff in an attempt to break our spirit. And yet Oberon said that proper human history can settle its differences with peaceful discussion. It gives everyone a chance, but it doesn't allow anyone to succeed. It's all jealousy, bias, anger, fear, and people dragging each other down. Everybody's constantly deceiving one another, so none of them can make it out of the rut they're stuck in. Oberon may not have meant it that way, but that's the impression of proper human history I got from him. That's why I asked you if you were really okay with it. How you felt about working yourself to the bone, about living for a world like that. I guess I do have some concerns. It was so beyond pitiful that all I could do was try to muster a smile in return. I swear, she already looked so broken that I didn't even know what kind of brave face she was trying to put on. Oh, those must have been the choices that you cannot skip. You can't hit the skip button for, because they were going to reference it later on in the next cutscene. That's pretty cool. Her knees are starting to give out. It won't be long before the rest of her follows. I know this is none of my business, but I should at least put an end to her lost will before that happens. We may be separated by a wall, but I can still at least stop the magecraft from... No, despite it all. Huh? Is she seriously standing back up now? That's why you should just quit now, Sarah. You're only making things harder for yourself. Just stop. All this fighting you've been doing, Chaldea's Grand Order, it's all too much for you. His words were just what I wanted to hear. That's right, it's exactly what I've wanted someone to say to me for a long time now. It's okay, you've done enough. You don't have to finish what you started. Here, let me give you an example. The best thing for a species may be for it to continue to exist, but that's not always true for individuals. Individuals, people if you like, are always wavering between two desires: the desire to continue and the desire for a game over. There's nothing wrong with choosing game over. Everything has to end. If you refuse to accept that that applies to life too, we'd never be able to do anything. So we all have to make our peace with that. No matter how long someone's winning streak might last, it must inevitably end. Huh? That's not good enough? You want to know what you should be aiming for then? I should have known you'd be so optimistic, Sarah. It's simple. Don't try for a game over. Try for a game complete. You, me, and everyone else are going to have to roll the credits someday, but until then, all we can do is try to complete as many of the tasks before us as possible. Happy, sad, failure, success, none of that matters. As long as you've never done it before, anything goes. Well, except for necrophilia. Just because you haven't tried it doesn't mean you should. So what live stream next after the FGO ones? Well, after FGO's all done, I can probably just do a regular live stream. You know, one of the ones you wanted me to do. Such as the tier list. I could try that sometime. I don't have a guaranteed date for it yet, but yeah. And you still have plenty left to do, don't you? You've got a lot of living ahead of you before you can truly say you have no regrets. I believe that's what's best for an individual, but above all, nothing would make me prouder than to know you did all of that. Oh right, you're supposed to be taking a break, and here I am talking about who knows what. Okay, see you later. Have another great day, and if you ever want to talk, you know where to find me. That's right. Despite it all. Despite it all? I'm still not ready to give up. Why is that? At first it was like a curse. I felt I had no choice but to fight, but not anymore. I've stepped on lots of things and left so much and so many behind. Despite all that, I still have some things pushing me forward. Back then I shouted to live. Those were the words that helped me defeat the best thing for humanity. So now I have to find the answers for myself. I see. And what would that be? I don't know just yet. Right now, all I have is the wish to live. A wish? That's right. What's wrong with that? Everyone wishes for what they want. Everything I've achieved so far is because I wished for something I wanted. So I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to find out why I think that way. So what if I lack confidence? So what if this is too much for me to handle? That's no reason to give up now. Seriously? Well, I'll be damned. Were humans always this resilient? Crazy's crazy. Yeah, it feels like we're in instrumentality, doesn't it? Dun 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 dun. What is this place? Senpai, Artoria, you're both all right. Thank goodness. Damn, her expressions are getting more morose. Mashu, is that you? Does this mean we're back in reality? But the Garden of Lost Will didn't stop because it ran out of magical energy, so how? Oh wow, it's all smashed to pieces. A national treasure gone just like that. That's so bold of you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just in such a panic. It was putting out really evil magical energy. I didn't know what else to do, so I broke that bitch. Should I not have? No, Mashu, you made a great call. I would have been too worried about how valuable it was to destroy it. But now, thanks to you, both Sarah and I are safe and sound. The Garden of Lost Will was a cursed object that robs anyone who's trapped inside of it of, well, their will to live. I never had much of that to begin with, so it wasn't so bad for me. But if Sarah had been in there just a little longer, she might have nothing. You were standing right back up on your own in there. What the heck is your deal, Sarah? How can your mind be built like baggies? Why so mad all of a sudden? I don't know, ask Abatrod. It just came out, okay? Ugh. What you did in there is so shocking, it's actually kind of infuriating. It makes me wonder just how serious you are about, well, anything. I see. Now I understand. It's true, Senpai's mental state never changes, whether she's doing her job as a master or just being Senpai. Even when she seems to be casually eating her dinner, she's actually quite serious about it. It's very strange. Say what? No, that's not what I'm... Then again, maybe it is. You really don't run from anything, do you? Even in Norwich, you ran all the way to the harbor even though everyone was trying to stop you. Hey, you didn't run away either. You know, I guess I didn't, did I? I sure didn't have to go to the harbor, though. Or sorry, I sure didn't go to the harbor, though. I didn't mean that. I meant from being the child of prophecy. Oh my. Is that romance in the air? Wait, no, hang on. That's not romantic love. It's platonic love and admiration. A night call! Right, I almost forgot. I was only able to find this place thanks to Pepperoncino. I went after Bobanshi, and she abducted you two. But then, just when I was trying to figure out where you were, Pepperoncino swooped in and saved the day. You know it, hon. It took a lot out of me, but I ran all the way here with these long legs of mine. There's a reason I'm so proud of them. I wasn't sure at first whether I should help or not, but Mashu was just barreling ahead so frantically. My favorite kind of chips. I guess Cheez-Its, technically. I mean, she sprinted from Edinburgh to New Darlington so fast she actually kicked up dust clouds. Well, yeah. So I simply couldn't help but step in, you know. Thanks, Count Pepperon. By the way, what is this place? New Darlington. I noticed Mashu because I've been keeping an eye on the place from a nearby hill. You didn't notice her expression? Well, I don't know, man. It was pretty obvious to me that they drew a couple of new ones just for this Lostbelt. New Darlington is Barrel's citadel. I've been looking for a chance to sneak in for a long time. Up till now, I never found any openings I could use thanks to all of Morgan's monitoring spells. But when I saw that Mashu was about to charge straight in from the main gate, I thought, oh well, c'est la vie, and stopped her before it was too late. Then we snuck in together. That's right, Pepperoncino used Shugendo. magecraft to find you, Senpai. All I did was follow the thread of the bond you share with Mashu. That's dope you can do that. If anything, I'm the one who should be thanking you. I never would have known this place was on the outskirts of New Darlington otherwise. New Darlington's outskirts? That's right, we're in an underground sanctuary. We came in through a little church out in the woods near the shore. Too bad it looks like this place is positively overrun with nasties now. Anyway, let's focus on getting out of here, shall we? This is the deepest floor of the sanctuary. A prison 80 meters below ground. It's a long and winding way back to the surface, so make sure you're nice and limbered up first. I assume it was super cramped in that tiny little... Artoria? You've got it all wrong, Count. I don't think any kind of love is in the cards for me for... Haven't seen that face in a while. Really? It's pretty recent. Huh? Yes, I'm ready. Of course I'm ready. Oh my. Her shoulders are as tense as anything. I do hope she'll be able to loosen up eventually. Well, we can worry about that later. Besides, it doesn't look like I need to stick my nose in any of that. I have a feeling time will solve a lot of these problems. Smash or Pass isn't quite on the priority. I'll be talking about the anime I watched this season before I do Smash or Pass, because that's a little more timely, you know what I mean? Uh-huh. Oh, don't mind little old me. Now come on, let's hurry to the surface. And just so you know, Sarah, I'm counting on you to handle any nasties we run into on the way. Yeah, whatever. As in, like, right now. But they let me use my Artoria. Therefore, it's fine. Mashu, I'm sorry. You're good. You're good in the back. I can't use their my Mashu. Lame. Okay, Does Tamlin Tristan know you broke out? Probably not. She's still stuck in bed. If anything, it's gonna be Barrel that shows up, I think. Did you know that there's a horror movie where there's a humping monster? What is it called? What do you think is the strongest servant? You mean playable? Or like in terms of lore? Because of course it depends on the context, right? I know that Skahawk is definitely one of them. In terms of like gameplay. Well, Bomanshi is a murderer. I feel about her the same way I feel about, like, Dead Apostle Noelle. It's like, yep, you kinda went off the deep end there. As much as I like you as a character, you've gone and done some bad things.
My name is
Musashi's our summer narcissist. Oh yeah, so sexy! What do you prefer, Internet Explorer or Microsoft Edge? Honestly, I use Google Chrome. Oof. You plan on recovering the Tsukihime remake? Probably not. I mean, it's not like anything I said in that remake video is wrong. That I'm aware of. No, I imagine my next run-in with Tsukihime is going to be the other side of Red Garden. What makes her a narcissist? Well, she's self-absorbed in complimenting herself in battle. She's not wrong, but it's usually not the thing you say for yourself. It's for other people to decide. After arriving in the British Lostbelt, all I found were stretches of nothingness and the Tree of Emptiness towering over them. Okay, so yeah, this is the barrel that... yeah. There was no sign of anything resembling a country. This what-if version of Britain had ended in abject failure. Whatever history it may have had was long since gone. Looks like Odim was all worked up over nothing. Which character, real or fictional, that hasn't been, would you like to see as a servant? I've said it many, many times. Dai-chan from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. What are some features or gameplay mechanics that you don't want in Samurai Remnant? I guess my usual pet peeves. I hate when a game forces me to play as certain characters. When my favorite characters are kicked out of being viable because they're just not in the meta. Western characters? I don't care about Western characters. I don't know enough of them. Still, none of that changed the fact that I was bored out of my skull. To create a servant, that would be dope. So I did what any other good crypter would do and decided to summon a servant. I'm still missing. I want someone like Ushi Wakamaru. I am Morgan, the Fairy Queen, a ruler. I have come in response to your summons. You there, descendant of witches. Are you my master? I couldn't have made a worse first impression. She saw through me in a single glance. Still, I'd managed to summon Morgan. Morgan, the Fairy Queen. The woman who made King Arthur's life hell. The dread witch who brought Camelot to its knees. If anyone could keep things interesting, it was her. I couldn't even take her to the other Lostbelts to mess around there. I sure am. Nice to meet you, Morgan. You and me, we're gonna have lots of fun together. As long as I could keep killing people, it was all good as far as I was concerned. So I welcomed Morgan into the fold, put my trust in her, and decided to turn in for the night. Huh? I went to sleep in an open field and woke up in a bed so fancy it almost made me sick. Welcome to Fairy Britain, Barrel Gut. Did you sleep well last night? Damn, she got to work. The Tree of Emptiness is dead. The foreign god's plans are no concern of mine. Huh? What are you... Whoa! You're right. It really is all dried up and dead. The hell were you thinking? I have no further use for it. Fairy Britain is no longer a Lostbelt. And while I myself am no longer a servant, I'm willing to keep you on as my husband, Barrel Gut. This would be purely for appearance's sake, but the pretense will benefit us both. Hang on, what the hell's going on here? The movie's called Feast. I wasn't talking about the monster's name, I was talking about the movie. Never heard of it. I wonder if there's like a kill count video of it if it's a horror movie. In the span of a single night, this barren island had become a civilized nation. There was no way I could tell Odim that, so I gave up and accepted Morgan's offer to be her husband. The next 6 months were crazy. Tamlin Tristan, Boban Shi, took a liking to me after I told her about proper human history. It was pretty cute the way her eyes would always light up when she pestered me to tell her more about the outside world. She was especially taken with fashion, and had a particular fascination with the latest shoe designs. I'm guessing she'd never found anywhere to belong in the land of Fae. Later we built the National Slaughterhouse Theater in the dowdy old city of New Darlington. There we put on every fun kind of show we could think of. Fairies hated Boban Shi well before I came along. I just poured fuel on that fire. Oh, I see. That must be what happened. After thinking it over for a while, I figured out what was going on. I'd summoned Morgan from proper human history, but when I woke up the next morning, this Lostbelt's Morgan had taken her place. There's no way there could have been two Morgans in Britain. She's always been one of a kind. So at some point, proper human history Morgan must have transformed into Lostbelt Morgan. Huh. Correct, when you summoned me, I saw what had become of the British Lostbelt. Even in this hypothetical world, Britain still collapsed 2,000 years ago. This I could not allow. In an instant, I grasped both what had taken place in this Lostbelt's history, and the mechanisms of Chaldea's summoning system. I deciphered the secrets of ray shifting, and used them myself. I knew it! Hot damn, you really are a monstrous genius among monstrous geniuses, aren't you? Roanoke Gaming? Interesting. You ray-shifted yourself back in time and rewrote Britain's entire history. And you did it all within a few hours of me summoning you. Damn, girl! Oh. So is that what this is all about? Sorry, is that what that was all about? Were you in a hurry to fix things because this place couldn't have come about as long as I knew about the old Lostbelt? True, I did not need to alter the past while your consciousness was shut down. Or she did need to do it. Information is the only thing which can be ray-shifted. To ray-shift a living person to a singularity, one must first use a coffin to transform their body into pseudo-spiritrons. Pure information. Impressive though this theory of magecraft is, it is only made possible by singularities existing outside of normal space-time. However, that is still more than a way, that is still no more than a way to correct distortions, a system that can only function within the confines of a singularity. Ray-shifting is not time-traveling, and thus cannot be used to alter the past. However, I already existed in this Lostbelt. I was here in Fae Era 4000, as the Fairy of Paradise sent from Avalon. I see. So you sent your own knowledge back into the past. Servants are ghost liners, which is just concentrated information when you get down to it. But of course, even a servant would normally disperse as soon as they ray-shifted anywhere that wasn't a singularity. But if there was someone on the other end to receive that information, like a pre-existing email account, well, that's another story. So, this is Fate Grand Order Steins Gate. Basically, Morgan demailed herself. That's all this has been. That's funny. She demailed herself. Would you rather eat chips or McDonald's? Probably McDonald's. Not as healthy, but then again, a lot of those chips can be kind of nasty too. In terms of fat content. Even though it's all so tasty! In proper human history, you were a witch who was defeated by King Arthur and lost your hold over Britain. As that history's Queen Morgan, you were rejected by the entire Isle. So you decided to entrust those memories, that information, to the version of yourself that was born in this Lostbelt, didn't you? Correct. Following that ray shift, the Morgan of proper history, the servant you summoned, ceased to exist. But in exchange for her resolve, the Morgan of this Lostbelt learned the fate that awaited her. In the first original version of the Fey era, the Fairy of Paradise was murdered. And all but a handful of fairies were wiped out in the great calamity of Fey era 12,000. Once I learned of that truth from my proper human history self, I was able to escape my would-be murderers and survive. I then changed the course of that destructive history and killed the Tree of Emptiness. Doing so would ultimately destroy this Lostbelt, but it also provided me with an opportunity. So long as someone capable of keeping this world alive remained, this Lostbelt would transform from fantasy into reality. That is the world in which you now find yourself. This is the era of the High Queen. This land is my fairy Britain. I built it with my own hands, and no one will ever take it from me. Yep, she's one hell of a woman. Probably the scariest one I've ever met in my life. She ray-shifted her own will into the past while I was asleep, even though it cost her her life. Well, think of the timeline originally. So, in this Lostbelt, there was a Morgan that came from Avalon here and was treated as the child of paradise. And she got murdered, and the future of her Lostbelt went to shit. Barrel arrived in that crappy, desolate future, summoned proper human history's Morgan. She learned about all that crap and basically sacrificed herself to send information of what happened to the past, to her previous self, to the one in the Lostbelt. So the Morgan that got murdered is like, wait a second, I'm gonna get murdered? Uh-oh. So, she avoided that fate and came to where we are now. So, I assume that the other piece I'm missing then is why the Morgan from the Lostbelt who was sent from Avalon looks like Artoria. Why did it look like Artoria, or did it? Did she disguise herself when she decided to obtain that knowledge, or what? But anyway, why did she do that? Why did she go on this journey to try and save people, knowing it was pointless? Or that they wanted her dead? I don't know, it's interesting. And then, why was she surprised that, yeah. Well, yes. Lostbelt Morgan and proper human history Morgan are two different Morgans. However, Servant Morgan, proper human history Morgan, disappeared in the process of sending herself as information into the previous one. So the Morgan we're dealing with now is the Lostbelt Morgan with some of the memories from Morgan of proper human history. If that makes sense. Would you rather have Gordon Ramsay cook for you or have $1,000? That depends on the market value of Gordon Ramsay's cooking. It would probably cost me about $1,000 to get him to cook, if not more, so maybe Gordon Ramsay there. Well, I don't think she's trying to redeem herself necessarily. I'm thinking she just saw an opportunity, but it's hard to say. She ray-shifted her own will into the past while I was asleep, even though it cost her life. Then the Morgan from this Lostbelt inherited that knowledge, killed the Tree of Emptiness, and made a new history just for her. See, what's kind of crazy, though, is the Trees of Emptiness are usually the things that are pinning these Lostbelts to reality and preventing them from getting pruned away. So the big question is, how is she preserving this world and expanding her territory without the Tree of Emptiness? Something tells me Rongominiad has to do with it. I mean, it is the thing tying down worlds to, the textures to reality, you know what I mean? I don't like to think about this next part too much, but I probably disappeared too while all that was going on. I had seen the version of Britain from a 2019 where the Tree of Emptiness was still alive and well. So I must have died that night after falling asleep, and the me thinking these thoughts is just a look-alike Morgan whipped up the next morning. Is that a problem? Nope, all good here. When you've already been resurrected to suit someone else's purposes once before, why worry about a second time? Still, things are going to be different now. Without the Tree of Emptiness in the way, the era of the High Queen has been firmly established. You can't bring any more dead people back to life to iron out inconsistencies, and any outsiders who show up won't be able to mess with it either. You do know the Chaldeans are going to do everything they can to destroy this Britain of yours, right? I see no reason to be concerned with them. My enemy is your colleague. And Olympus's Tree of Emptiness, which now covers the entire planet. Damn, so you're planning to go on the offensive against a different Lostbelt next? Granted, that probably is more urgent for you. But still, Wodim's no pushover, you know? And those Olympian gods seem like pretty bad news, too. Besides, Wodim doesn't seem especially pitiful or interesting. Killing him would be a pretty big risk, and there wouldn't be much reward even if it succeeded. Or even if I succeeded. How good of a cook am I? Well, I don't say I'm a bad cook, but I'm a very inexperienced one. Like, I'm probably sure I could follow instructions and do a good job there, but... yeah. I have no experience, I don't do a lot of cooking. And now you see how Barrel's claim that the Fae from his Lostbelt were firing Rongo at him was a lie? I guess so. I forgot what excuse he made for why Rongo Minia... I kind of have to just revisit that moment from the Olympus Lostbelt. Are you saying you have no wish to fight Olympus's Cryptor? Did you not tell me that each Cryptor is competing with the others? Is that not why you were all resurrected? To vie to become the king of this planet? Nah, I don't know about the others, but I got zero interest in being a king. Then why did you answer the foreign god's call? Was mere survival your only concern? Well, yeah. I imagine you suddenly woke up dead and a mysterious voice says you're gonna stay that way unless you accept their offer. Isn't it natural for humans to bet on any opportunity that'll mean life over death? Not for you. You have no attachment to your own life, and neither do you place any value on the lives of others. You live only for the moment, and seek nothing beyond that. You are prepared to meet your end at any time. A man such as you would never awaken simply to keep living. Ha, you're giving me way too much credit, Your Majesty. I'm just your everyday hedonist. Sure, living's a pain in the ass, but I can deal with that as long as there's enough fun stuff to make up for it. How long I would last in Hell's Kitchen? Well, no, because I would have to make up my own recipes, so I would flail and flop and burn right there. Take Tamlin Gawain, for instance. She seems interesting. It'd be fun to mess with her. Spriggan, on the other hand, seems boring. He'd be better off as the villain of a B-movie. That's all there is to me, Morgan. Incidentally, you seem boring too. By which I mean you won't be any good for helping me pass the time. So you can just relax and do your queen thing. Besides, I'm not strong enough to kill you anyway. What about Tristan, then? How do you see her? Lady Spinel, huh? She's a jewel, that's for sure. I'm happy to take good care of a pretty young lady like that. But she's a dead end. She's neither pitiful nor interesting. Have I watched Hell's Kitchen? Shoot. Maybe a little bit, but it's not a show I follow all that much. Just the thought of harming her arms and legs makes my chest tighten up. The more promising someone's future is, the more it makes me want to ruin it. Chicken nuggets or rice cakes? Easily chicken nuggets. And believe me, I'm aware of how bad that makes me sound. I guess putting someone pitiful out of their misery is just my way of expressing my love. So that's probably why she made Boban Shi the daughter of sorts. I'll be right back. I got to use the restroom. Alrighty. We may resume the stream. Berserker? Is it going to be one Berserker or multiple Berserkers? I wonder. Eh, we'll find out. You're gonna love this fight? Okay. Okay, it is multiple Zerks. Unfortunately, I hate multiple Zerks, but yeah. Did anyone else feel that tremor? It almost felt like the prelude to an earthquake. An earthquake? We almost never get those in Britain. Let's hurry. I've got a bad feeling about this. Pepe, are you not feeling well? I couldn't help but notice that you haven't quite seemed like yourself. Oh, Mashi, you don't really miss anything, do you? Well, don't worry about me. I'm just feeling a little bummed out, that's all. Would you rather be in Hell's Kitchen or work at a McDonald's? Well, in Hell's Kitchen, I would get in and I'd get kicked out pretty quick, so that'd be that. It's better than... I don't want to work at McDonald's, that's for sure. But I do appreciate you looking out for me. Thanks, Mashi. Now, come on. Once we get through that door and out to the hall, it's a straight shot back to the surface. So let's get going already. You guys still aren't anywhere close to done. Padding. It's all padding. More zom-zoms. Zom-zom-zom. What are those things? Whoa, their bodies are rotten. They're corpses. The remains of people who died in the calamity of Darlington 100 years ago come back to life. Now I see. This was a human burial ground. Alright, if they mean to attack us, we'll just have to defend ourselves. I'll keep the fighting to a minimum and secure a path to the upper floors. I'm gonna do something real quick. Yeah, the audio was bugging out on my thing, so I had to unplug it and plug it back in. Oh, you bastards. You sealed my skills. Is that why you said I would like this? Kenshin! Why would season 8 or 11... What the fuck do you do? Kenny! Come here, boy! Come here, Kenshin! I should lure him here with a treat. They're just watching us? What are they doing? That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Alright. Alright. Oh, what? You're not gonna attack him? Well, that's boring. I went to a lot of trouble to release these human Moors from the observation room, too. Human Moors? What? I don't even get so much as a hello? Not very friendly, are you, Kohai? Guess I hurried all this way from New Darlington's Lord Manor for nothing, then. As you can see, these things are human, but they're not corpses like you thought they were. There's only one dead body left in all of Britain. Nah, these guys are the fruit of a little research project I've been working on the last 6 months. I wondered what would happen if you transplanted the Moor's curse to a human. Well, here's the answer. You gotta go to work? Well, thank you for staying by when you can. Kenshin, come here. Don't just meow at me. They were alive, and they're dead. Dead, but alive. And then Shiro has, like, a conniption fit. He's like, I don't understand. Do they die when they're killed or not? Hi, little boy. Go kitty kitty. Kana, you're such a jealous dog. You're a little jealous bear. Keep your paws off of the power strip. Being like that's so painful for them that all I can do is implore anyone who passes nearby for help. But that makes them pretty great parting gifts. Because now, Moore's poison can infect humans just as well as it can fairies. Then if we'd fought for them, we'd have been... You got honest game trailers to say that? Was it during, like, one of their lives or something? Still, while I'm not surprised to see Mashu show up, I didn't expect you to be here too, Pepperoncino. I didn't think you'd come all the way to Britain just to avenge old Wodim. I never pegged you for the hot-blooded type. If anything, I figured you would more like me. That's true, you are a cleaner and I'm a killer. Neither of us were ever good people. Right, wrong. Even whether this benefits me, none of that matters to me right now. I'm just here to kill you. If someone pisses scum like us off, that's all the reason we need to kill them, isn't it? You know, when you're right, you're right. I guess this means emotional appeals and peaceful discussions are off the table then. Don't tell me that was... That's right, as you can see, this burial ground's long past its prime, so I thought I'd give it a little renovation. Now it's time to bury the evidence before Morgan finds out I got carried away with my experiments. I didn't have to tell you guys that, but hey, you, me, and Mashu were all part of Team A once, right, Pepperoncino? So I figured the least I could do is warn you to scram before you wind up buried alive. I don't know about Sarah, but at least you two might be able to make it out of here in time. Barrel, get back here! But he said these people are still alive. Step away from them, don't you get it? You can't help them anymore. No one can. Oh, I see, Steven. Do you think the first one to be kicked out of the second one? I don't know anything about Hell's Kitchen. Honestly, not enough to answer these questions. It's not really relevant to what we're doing right now, either. We're still deep underground. If we don't hurry out of here, we'll be dead too. Once we have a safe way out of here, then we can worry about rescuing anyone we can. Got it. I'll use Magecraft to keep us safe. Safe. Let's hurry upstairs, Sarah. Did we make it? That's kind of a cool background. No, we're still underground. To reach the surface, we need to get to the furthest end of this sanctuary. Stop! Go back to the staircase. Oh, what's going on, Pepe?
Pepe?
That was close, but it looks like I just made it. Sorry for kicking you all out so fast. I know my legs are just terribly long. Is anyone hurt? No? Oh, good. What's going on, Pepperon? There's just a little poisonous gas in here. Hang on while I go shut it off, okay? Don't worry, as you know, I trained in Jugendo up in the mountains, so karma doesn't affect me much. I can survive the gas for a good while. What does that have to do with karma? I don't understand, what do you mean by... I'd say this should take me about 3 minutes. I could do it faster if I wasn't so tired, but oh well. Sarah, Mashi, do you two trust me enough to wait until I get back? You said 3 minutes, right? Okay. Great. Alrighty, I'm just gonna go take care of this. This should be fun. I haven't had a chance to use my full strength in a long time. Pepe to the rescue. In the darkness, there is a man with long legs. Okay, it's been 3 minutes. I'm opening the door. Oh, what's you doing? Oh my, 3 minutes already? Time does fly when you're having fun, doesn't it? There you go. It's all spick and span. Now let's get out of here before it all comes crashing down, shall we? I never doubted you could do it, Pepe. Although, exactly what kind of poisonous gas was it? The ceiling in here is about 40 meters high. Was the gas heavier than air? Something like that. All sorts of things tend to stagnate in the air under a cemetery. I think he just murdered a bunch of people. Well, we're not stuck in an eternal recurrence, so I don't see how it's quite like Xenoblade 3. What are you talking about with a Neko anime girl? What? You're talking to some... I don't know. I don't even know what you're saying. Count Pepperon, are you? Artoria? What's up? Oh my, such fire in your eyes. Are you burning to continue our little love talk from earlier? Never mind, it's nothing. Oh, well that's too bad. I was so looking forward to chatting about romance. Yes, I saw your comment. I'm not too concerned with that right now. I don't really watch honest trailers. I guess that's just how you've lived your life. Artoria. Always lived your life. I do have my concerns about that, but this time I appreciate it. In that case, mind keeping it to yourself until all's said and done? Thanks, honey. The lower levels must be completely buried by now. Come on, let's get out of here while we still can. Right, the exit's just over there. I'll lead the way. What did he do? There it is. Be careful, Master. I'm detecting a powerful hostile magical energy signal up ahead. What a line. Oh, come on! How did you get up here without a scratch on you? What the hell, guys? That should have taken at least one or two of you out. And you, Sarah. Why are you looking at me like that? Is that really your idea of a master sworn to defend humanity? What are you talking about? Don't waste your time on the likes of him, Sarah. I don't know rain code. No, I don't know what that is. I was hoping to take care of him myself, but... Would you three mind kicking his hiney for me? Just be thorough about it, yeah? We don't want him ever doing anything nasty again. Right, I'm sorry, Barrel, but we don't have any time to waste. If you're going to stand in our way, I'm going to have to force my way past you. I see. Guess you didn't care for my game, then. Alright, looks like I'll have to break out the big guns. Did he just deflect Mashu's charge? That magical energy aura! Stand back, everyone! He's... Sorry about this. I didn't want to have to show you this side of myself if I didn't have to. I've waited long enough to be alone with Mashu. Time for the rest of you to give us some privacy. He has... No, it can't be. That's Woodwo's spirit origin. Okay. Okay, buddy. Three servants only? The fuck? The what? Only 3 servants? Come on, what? 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 No. 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 Yeah. He unlocked his fursona! You just have to break his bar.
こういう家系でね、送り狼には気をつけろって教わらなかったか？捉えられるかしら？
Only Mashu gets the buff. Dude, if Mashu can really go back to her clear previous form, I'm gonna be so happy. No, I have not had pizza in Canada because I've never been to Canada. No, I'm saying her Ortnax form versus how she was before the Lostbelt, dude. Have you forgotten that she's been stuck in her Ortnax form for multiple Lostbelts now? He needs to stop saying Otto. You don't know what Ortnax is? Alright, well then, don't be surprised that I make comments that have to do with the story. It's a pretty long story. You think you're something hot stuff, stunning everybody. Well, how do you like it, bitch? You're gonna stun us for an entire turn and waste my triple. No, this is Barrel using God Spirit Origin.
ハートブレイクモルガー余裕がないぜ行儀の悪い
God, he does have a lot of health.
これが夏のお手伝いか落ち着けよ死んでない
Oh, that's because he's healing himself, the little bastard.
白兵戦行きます運命ですから、
徹底的にな
それはいつか来る兆しの星誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょうアラウンドカリバーン
一掃する死んでない落ち着けよ
今のうちに準備を
待っていろすぐに片付ける食べたアイスの数など覚えて食べたアイスの数など覚えてはいない
ステータス頑張ります
イエスマイマスご注文ですそのように公爵なら一点のミスもハートブレイクモルガー
Finally.
余裕がないぜそこだこれが夏のお手伝いか
Otto, 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 Otto. Jesus.
クールダウンちょっと待って清掃終了
Worst senpai ever? Yeah, seems that way. What's he doing now? We're shifting back. What, tired of already? Oh, come on, I'm just getting started. I didn't go to the trouble of copying Woodwo's spirit origin for us to just screw around. That's Woodwo's spirit origin, not Reinek's? Reinek? He was one of Ash's companions. He was nowhere near this powerful, though. Either way, that doesn't change the fact that he has an A-Ray's spirit origin. We don't have any weapons able to penetrate the Grand Duke of Waste Heat's hide. Oh, look at you, little savior. Clever, ain't ya? Don't gotta tell you there's no point fighting, do I? Still, I wish your idiot friends would get it through their thick skulls that none of you are getting out alive. Isn't that right, Peperoncino? Don't think I don't see you trying to sneak up on me. Pepe! No! That wasn't Jalter, that was Salter. 1 down, 3 to go. Later, Peperoncino. Could have killed you whenever I wanted. I was cutting you a break for old time's sake. Huh? Oh, gross. I feel sick. You, what the hell did you do to me? What is this? Don't you recognize it? You've been testing it on who knows how many people. I was carrying enough for 500 people, and now I passed it on to you. What? You bastard! You were already... That's right, I was already practically dead. So how do you like the taste of your own damn curse? The one that reflects right back onto you when you kill someone. Good job, Pepe. I guess this is your last stand. This is crazy, crazy. Yeah, we know. Stop, get back to the staircase. Yeah, we already saw this. Dun-dun-dun, you kicked us in so you could go and moors it up, didn't you? 200, 300. Oh my, I can't even count them all. This must be where he was keeping all the humans he was experimenting on. I knew Barrel was a botanist and that he knew a lot about witch magecraft and potions. But I had no idea he could also abuse curses like this. Those British witches really are bad news, aren't they? There's no way he can get past all of them unharmed. Oh, we can. Get too close and they'll come after you, begging for help. Touch them and be poisoned. Kill them and get cursed. Well, Mashi's immune to poison, so that probably won't work on her. The real cruelty of it, though, is how it's meant to make you kill helpless innocents. Even if it is just a malicious prank taken too far. It'll hurt Mashi and Sarah the most. Scumbag or not, though, I'm still their senpai. I'll just have to handle this for them. See, that's a senpai. Whoa. Whoa. There we go, all done. Now I just need to cast a little illusion. Move the bodies to the corner, hide all the blood and guts, and... Good luck with that, dude. Oh gosh, just look at me. My outfit and makeup are all a mess. Makes sense, though. One curse for every person I just killed. Now my intestines are pulverized and my skin is in tatters. It's going to take more than a trip to the spa to bounce back from this. Jesus. Any halfway decent person would follow you all the way to the grave now. But I can't do that just yet. Would you all mind waiting just a little bit longer? I have one last thing I need to take care of. Dude, you did all that in 3 minutes? What the shit? What is wrong with the head of the Fang Clan's body? How the hell is the Morse curse even working on it? That's a little something from me, darling. I mixed in a little extra retaliating curse of my own to sweeten the deal, so to speak. Retaliating curse? You son of a... Is that any way to fight like a man? Please stop, Barrel. It really hurts to laugh right now. This is no time to be laughing, Pepe. We need to treat you right away. Thank you, Mashi, but don't you worry about that. You were there will be new Nasu stuff, then FGO stuff. That is not even a complete sentence. Sarah, you know what you have to do. Let's do this, Mashu.
Kick him in the nuts.
Right. Preparing to take out hostile Black Wolf at full power. Full power. Got a little less than an hour left of this stream. I guess I'm gonna do the exact same thing I just did. Salter's gonna clean up this mess, indeed. Taking out the trash! He's still going Otto too many times, though. Otto, 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 Otto.
どうだいそこだおっと
Dummy.
ご注文で了解しご注文です
See your question, Steven? No, I did not. What happened with that other crypter who convinced to side with you? Who are you talking about? Kadek? I guess he's still in the Chaldea base. I have to guess.
そこだおっと
新名会長私はいそれは全ての傷全ての怨恨を癒す
Tuscaloosa has the best sound.
宣言せよ
Oh, the storm borders got it. Okay. So if he woke up now, we could use him. He's not all the way back at the base.
おっと
What do you think about what this Chad Pepe did? I mean, he's definitely kicking butt.
どうだいそこだおっと
And then Mashu, are you high or something? What are you doing getting charmed by this? She's into furries. Confirmed. Mashu's into the fur boy. Am saying, will there be new Nasu stuff than FGO? I would love to see something new. You mean other than FGO? See, that word is important to the sentence. I didn't know what you were saying.
エンジンを回せ処刑の時間だイエスマイマスター
やります
徹底的にな逃がせ水面をかけるは不当のまま
I don't know what Nasu's got in store. You can never predict that shit.
余裕がないぜ
Gorgie attack! Aw, you stunned me.
落ち着けよどうだいそこだおっと
Otto, otto, to, 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 to.
何のために行きま了解ですあれはいつか見た終わりの星どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです
After NTR Lion, Mashu discovered something about her preferences. No! Did Salter think Kiritsugu was into something with his guns?
どうだいそこだ
I don't know what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't quite understand what you're saying.
やだなはいもちろん
了解
おっと
ここで
一掃する
おっと
You see me? I mean, she's been inspired, I guess, by it. Then is what you're trying to say, I suppose.
ステータスシールドエフェクト発揮します
待っていろすぐに片付けクールダウンちょっと待ってイエスマイマ了解し徹底的にな逃がせ
Well, this is Jalter or Salter, sorry, we're talking about.
水面をかけるは不当のまま
She's like nobility. I mean, what gets the job done gets the job done, you know.
余裕がないおいおいこんなのありかよ
That didn't sound like he was dying.
清掃終了
If he doesn't die, I'm going to be so sad. Pepe gave his life for nothing. You really did it, damn it. I'm impressed, Pepperoncino. Alright, I see how it is. I admit you got me. I'm the one who messed up, so I'll be the one to run for it. He escaped through the skylight. I guess we won't be following him. Not that it matters now. Pepe! Pepe! Oh, was I sleeping? Silly me. I can't believe I missed your big fight scene. Still, at least I can tell from your faces that you won, even though you both look like you're about to cry. Come now, cheer up. You're supposed to smile and high-five after you win a fight, not rain on your own parade. But, we wouldn't be alive now if not for you. We didn't even realize what you'd done for us. Oh, whatever are you talking about? All I did was try to sneak attack Barrel and fail miserably. So of course things turned out this way. Besides, it's only right that I be the one to take responsibility for my actions, you know? Now, go on, you need to get going already. This was just a detour, remember? Don't worry about me, this is as far as I go. I'm already dead anyway. We should at least get you outside. Oh, Sarah, Mashi I can understand, but not you. Carrying the dead will only slow you down, especially now, when I'm full to bursting with curses. Besides, we're enemies. We were always going to go our separate ways sooner or later. Not to mention, I really am a despicable murderer. I just went after someone worse this time. Yeah, what is the guy's name from ReZero? I know what you're talking about. Believe me, you two have no reason to mourn someone like me. But I still don't know anything about that side of you. Exactly. I'm glad you never did. I'm glad my lovely little Kohai never ended up hating me. Rosewald, yeah, right. Pepe? Hey now, no crying. Besides, Barrel and I are cut from the same cloth. We're both worthless good-for-nothings at heart. I was always thinking more about how things would end than how long they'd keep going. Do you know why people like me violate the law? It's not because we want to do bad things. We just want to get out of keeping on for keeping on's sake. The laws people make are meant to help them flourish longer and better, just like humanity itself. So after defying them, ignoring them, and breaking them, the bills finally come due. But you two aren't like that. You two want to keep on keeping on, right? It's a little silly to say. That's exactly what you should do. You should keep running and running. Until you've got so far people like me can't even see you anymore. You have to do that at least that much if you're going to die. Sorry, if I'm going to die by myself. I'm too much of a coward otherwise. Go on now, take Mashi and get out of here. You're her master, aren't you? Okay, thanks, Pepe. It's been a blast. Why, thank you, darling. It's been a blast for me, too. Don't forget, now that you've come this far, you'd better save Britain and Artoria. Huh? As something of an expert on curses, I can sense what type it is that's covering all of Britain now. Listen to me closely. Your real enemy here is someone who's out to bring an end to everything. Remember that well, and don't let your guard down until it's well and truly over. Yeah, I know, you want more alcohol. Good. They made it to the exit. That wraps up the last of my unfinished business. I'm not scared or in pain anymore, but I guess I do still have some bitter memories. I killed them. All of them. In the span of a few minutes, while the moon was hidden behind clouds, I killed all 400 members of my clan while they slept. It was quick and methodical, like mowing a lawn, just like how I mowed down all those sick, helpless people earlier. When I was 10 years old, my clan expected great things of me. They saw me as the first genius born to the clan since our founder's day. I wanted to live up to their expectations, but it simply wasn't possible. I was born with different inclinations. My heart and my body never quite fit. My mind was fundamentally opposed to being the kind of person the world at large demanded I be. My clan wanted me to father lots of children, so my superior genes would be passed down and preserved. But I just couldn't do it. Some people understood me, but there was nobody else like me. I heard whispers from some people wishing I had been talentless, so they could have given up on me, but I wasn't especially bothered. I never had any grudges or complaints. I did wonder why I'd been born the way I was. But I didn't begrudge anyone or hate anyone or feel bad about my situation. I knew I couldn't help having been born who I am. It wasn't my place to gripe about it, and it wasn't worth asserting my rights over either. The only thing I felt a little bad about was knowing that there would never be anything more to my life. Rojinsu is the power to know your own fate. By the time I was 10 years old, I knew that my soul would never be reincarnated again. I might have been sad about that if I'd still been in the middle of my journey, but instead, knowing this would be my last life, I only felt pity for this imperfect world, and the fate all humans are given. Fast forward 10 years. There was nothing left for me to learn on the mountain, so I decided to put it behind me. But before I did that, there was something else I needed to do. Right before they died, they all looked at me with such shock as if to say, "Why are you doing this?" We'd all been through a lot together. We may have been an irredeemable scum, but we were still practically family. And yes, I did love everyone in the Myorenji clan, but that child has no talent whatsoever. We should put him out of his misery now. Don't be ridiculous, he's still soft, that's all. Just put one of his eyes out and make him kill his little brother. That'll make him awaken to his true talent. Good point. Better to bet on one making it than getting rid of both of them. Exactly, besides, that's what they did to us when we were that age, right? When I overheard that conversation, I cried. I knew that there was no place in modern society for a clan with karma like that. That was my last memory as Myorenji Aro. After that, I completely forgot everything that happened on that mountain. I also stopped thinking of what I did as a crime. Really, I stopped thinking of it as part of my past at all.
Oh, kinda. Yasashi. Come here. Iko. Kinda Iko. Sorry, I don't want you back there right now.
How much time till the end of the stream? Well, A little over 30 minutes. I swear, I really am scum. After everything I did, I still have nothing but fond memories of my time there. No wonder I was fated to die alone. That's what I get for killing everyone else myself. Really, it was shameless of me to even consider wanting to go out on a high note. Oh. So that's why he did that. I can't believe I only just realized it now. I swear. I always thought it was sudden, even for him. Thank you, David. Thank you for using that once-in-a-lifetime ticket. To come see me when I was at my most beautiful. Damn. Yeah, we need to know more about David. He's the weird one. For sure. The one we know the absolute least about. It sounds like it's done collapsing. David is the last of the cryptors after our buddy Barrel Gut here. I imagine the cryptors might be there on the Fate Stay Night timeline. Clearly they don't wind up becoming cryptors, because Chaldea doesn't exist. I didn't know the Count for very long, but I could tell he'd killed a lot of people, just like he said. He had no sympathy for those he killed, or for himself as he was about to die. He was cruel and cold-blooded, so much that we don't really need to waste time mourning him. Can the gods have babies? Yeah. I mean, there's legends about gods having children all the time. Half the characters are children of gods, in some cases the demigods are. He was cruel and cold-blooded, so much so that we really don't need to waste time mourning him. That being said, he was under no delusions about who he was, and he never lied to you. He was so true to himself it was almost scary. He really did do whatever he liked, however he felt like it. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, he was good about taking care of others?
Mashu.
Right, I'm sure he would have smiled and said so himself. Catch you later, Dawson. He was a strange, mysterious sort of person, through and through. He was more egalitarian with himself and those around him than anyone I've ever met. Okay. Let's go! That sounded like a horse running, not... Oh, there it is.
There, I see them! Your tracking capabilities truly are exceptional, Lady Da Vinci.
You know it. Now I'm really glad I added a camera function to Tiffany. Okay, so that's not your average bird. Hey, Sarah, Mashu, Artoria! Are you guys okay? Come on, we've got places to be! I mean... That was just a little bit traumatic, though, wasn't it? I see. So, Pepe's... What a loss. I was always hoping he would take over as the new head of Norwich one day. Yeah, it's sad, but I'm afraid you'll have to mourn him later. Don't you got something to tell them, Da Vinci? I could tell him myself if you like, but I figure it's better coming from you. Oh right, Artoria, we got an emergency message from Oberon. It said the Round Table Army has captured Oxford, You can ring the bell of pilgrimage at any time. Please get here before the Queen's army comes to retake it. That's right. Percival beat the Fang clan while we were away up north. So we don't even have to fight this time. Now come on, let's get to Oxford as soon as we can. Hooray! And we're now on to a new section. 22. Isn't it like 22 of 24-7 or something? Like at the end of 24 is when the next gap is? And if that's so, it means I'll probably be able to finish this off Monday. The final night. Hooray! So we'll finish it off Monday, and we'll have a fairly normal week of standard uploads. I've got another, video version of, Living with My Own Gender Bend coming out on the Tuesday. Early Access has had it for a while. And then what else was... Oh yeah, Lessons in Magecraft, another public one. Wow. Back from New Darlington in only half a day? That must be a new record. Sion exists in Fate Stay Night? I would imagine so, but we don't really see her much. We really are lucky to have Redrabit and that brand new wagon he got for us. My back and ass are killing me! I see you're still in high spirits. That's great. I feel more hopeful for our future prospects than ever. Welcome back from Orkney, everyone. I'm glad to see you all alive and well. Just you here, Percival? Where's Gareth? Oh right, Londinium. That's a shame, but it's also understandable. Thanks for taking care of Oxford, Percival. It couldn't have been easy to conquer a city with walls like that. Oh no, I could never have done it without Artoria. We asked for peaceful negotiations several times after we surrounded the city, but they refused to listen. So we kicked them in the nuts. We were just settling in for a protracted battle when we heard Orkney's bell ring out. That boosted the Round Table Army's morale and sent the Oxford soldiers into a panic. Percival's just being modest. Even without Orkney's bell, he should have taken the city in a few days. No, I'm not talking about the entirety of this Lostbelt, bro. There's another gap in which they make us wait until they release, what do they call it, like the third part, or third chapter, third section, I don't know. Percival's just being modest. Even without Orkney's bell, he could have taken the city in a few days. July 10th, that's what it was. It's not just Fang Clan fairies living in Oxford. They're Earth and Wind Clan fairies too. And their frustrations alone had the whole city on edge, like a bomb just waiting to go off. They were more resentful of the Fang Clan than they were afraid of the Round Table Army surrounding them. So thanks in part to that internal pressure, the Fang Clan had a change of heart. They weren't serving Morgan because they truly believed in her. It was really only Woodwoes who was devoted to her. But now that she's fallen, and without a leader he's fallen, and without a leader to take his place, they honestly didn't know what to do anymore. I see. So that's why the negotiations worked. Still, how did those talks actually go? I mean, the Fang Clan is literally optimized for combat. I can't imagine they'd be too eager to form a peaceful alliance. That's true. Even putting the Round Table Army aside, we've seen a lot of fairies among the volunteer soldiers with their own grudges against the Fang Clan. In particular, a number of Woodwoes' officers have been plundering nearby villages. And we've had a lot of requests from fairies wishing to take their revenge on them. So suffice to say, it would be pretty difficult to recruit the Fang Clan into the rebel army at this point. That makes sense, but we also can't just do nothing about them. And keeping them locked up in Londinium until our war with the Queen is over doesn't seem very realistic either. Yes, we discussed how to handle them among ourselves, but then, Lady Murian came along with a proposition. Murian from Gloucester? That's right. She said Gloucester would join the rebel army as long as we guaranteed the Fang clan's safety.
Whoa.
She said Gloucester will take in any Fang clan ferry with nowhere else to go, as part of an emergency war effort. Thanks to that, we were able to guarantee the safety of any soldier who surrendered, which turned out to be the key to our peaceful takeover. And we did take the liberty of shackling all the Fang clan ferries who surrendered in front of the other soldiers. But once they arrive in Gloucester, their shackles will be removed, and they'll be free ferries again. Lady Murian said she'll employ them as mercenaries, which works out since Gloucester currently doesn't have a garrison. I still can't help but be a little nervous, but that's great! That's right, it's a twofer. And now we don't have to worry about dealing with the Fang clan, and we also have Murian on our side. Though really, Gloucester's basically been on our side since we rung their bell. Anyway, feels good to finally have all our ducks in a row, doesn't it? Well, yeah, it does, but I don't know. Does this mean you've already had the Fang clan brought to Gloucester? That's right. Every one of them who surrendered here, along with the prisoners we'd been keeping in Londinium. In fact, Murian said that every Fang clan member in Britain, well, except for the ones who live in Camelot, was welcome to come. Woodwow's banned his clan from most forms of entertainment, aside from going to restaurants after all. So I'd bet by this point all the Fang clan fairies who have never seen anything like Gloucester's glitz before must be having the time of their lives.
Yippee skippy!
Meanwhile... Are you okay, Lady Murian? You look a bit pale, and you don't seem quite yourself. Perhaps you should lie down for a while? If you like, I'd be happy to show the Fang clan fairies their quarters myself. Don't be ridiculous, Koyanskaya. I've never felt better in my life. I've been waiting so long for this moment, and it's finally here. I've been preparing for so long I would be ready when it came. Oh, so I would be ready when it came. I haven't felt this light on my feet since the last visit to the Royal Library. Oh, while we're at it, would you like to take a look? I'm especially proud of this one. Oh yes, I'd love to. I've actually been dying to see it up close. I simply love learning about new technology. Oh, so that works like that. And this fits into this. Wow. You even perfectly replicated the water. And for the buildings, oh my, just look at all this detail. And I see you even have double beds, Well, does it meet your standards? Does it? Why, I'm downright jealous. I can scarcely tear my eyes away from the sheer quality, nor can I believe the sheer originality. It's elaborate, exquisite, beautiful, and simply superb. I'd love to have something so dedicated to... in my own company. Thank you, Lady Fox. Now that I'm in an excellent mood, I'm going to get to work. Just be sure, you wouldn't mind guarding this room. Or would you mind? To think that a woman of my talents would be reduced to working security. Of course, I'd be glad to help. I won't let so much as a mouse past me while you're gone. That being said... Are you sure you want to do this now? You said yourself you could do it any time. I'm surprised to hear that from you, Koyanskaya. When you get a chance, you take it immediately, right? I do understand how Lady Murian feels, at least to a degree. But I also know that, while it's normal for fools to do foolish things, wise people doing foolish things always leads them to ruins. I do hope you know that as well, Lady Murian. Thank you for your understanding, everyone. I've gone ahead and removed your shackles now. I do hope none of you were injured on the way here. If anything's bothering you, please don't hesitate to let me know. Ha! You think mere man-made shackles could harm the Fang Clan? We could have torn them off whenever we wanted. Now you listen to me. We didn't put those shackles on because we yielded to the Round Table Army. We only did it to save face. Your face. Since you asked to hire us, got that? Yes, of course. Thank you so much for your consideration. Once the Queen and the Rebel Army clash at Camelot, chaos is bound to follow. And I know I won't be able to preach the virtues of neutrality to Gloucester's citizens if their hunger should turn to violence. So even though this goes against the Wing Clan's principles, I've decided Gloucester needs a force of its own, if only temporary. Huh. Sounds like the kind of talk I'd expect from bugs. Your clan's always been parasites depending on the strong to survive, after all. Oh right, there's no clan left, is there? You're all that's left. And yet you're still clinging to your clan's pride, huh? What a greedy little bug you are. If you ask me, the only thing bugs like you are good for is being scraped off of our heels. I see Bygon's running his mouth again. Well, he's our de facto leader now that Lord Woodwose is gone. Hey, you all agree, right? The so-called Wing Clan doesn't even count as one of the 6 clans anymore, does it? Yeah, you said it, sir. What a way with words you have. I couldn't agree more. Oh, is that so? Good to see you know your place. 20 minutes left of the stream. Alright, let's see our new homes. The Fang Clan is 1,200 fighters, 600 support units, and 400 trainers. And the deal was that you'd welcome all of us to Gloucester as upper-class citizens. We're the ones who got here ahead of us. What about the prisoners from Londinium? Oh yes, they've all been freed from their shackles as well. They've been chatting amongst themselves in the ballroom for a while now. You'll find them all up ahead, right through those doors. In fact, we're just about to begin your welcome celebration. Our food may not compare to Oxford's restaurants, but we do have a very unique cooking style of our own. Gloucester cuisine. I can't wait to try it. I was getting tired of Woodwose's vegetarianism anyway. If just walking around the city was that much fun, imagine how fancy the food must be here. I have a feeling something horrible is going to happen. Wow, it's beautiful! I've never seen such wonderful scenery inside a city before! Gloucester really is amazing. It's far better than a damn insect deserves. It won't be Murrian's much longer. Not now that she's invited us here. Only the Fang Clan can exterminate Moors, and our strength will be that much more valuable when the war heats up. The humans can have Oxford if they want it. We'll be taking Gloucester for ourselves soon enough. What a short-sighted fool Murrian is. She thinks she's keeping us safe, when it's actually the other way around. Soon, we'll see just how strong we are, or she will. What a shock it'll be for her to realize she has no choice but to depend on us. In fact, that's probably why she welcomed us here in the first place. She knows exactly what a parasite like her needs to survive. What the fuck was that sound? Was that them laughing? That sounded scary. You said it, boss. It doesn't matter how much other fairies copy humans. The weak will always have no choice but to obey the strong. And now that Woodwose and his precious intellectualism are gone, we're free to use our strength any way we want. I truly can't believe it. 1,200 years later, and not one of you has changed at all. I'm honestly shocked that none of you had the slightest qualm about entering such a suspicious ballroom. I suppose it could be your brains shrinking to match your new size. Oh well, there's nothing we can do about that. You've never been more than trash. You can't even remember the atrocities you committed in any case.
Who said that?
Where'd that booming voice come from? What? Huh? What is that? Hey, look outside. They're up in the sky. It's an angry Murian. Quite the CG, huh? So you finally noticed me. I've been watching you all this time, you know. Good evening, members of the Fang Clan. Welcome to my game board. We won't have any interruptions tonight, so I do hope you can keep me entertained. Murian? What's going on? When did she get a sacrament to make herself huge? I thought only Spriggans could do that. Really? That's the first thing you want to know? Well, okay, but only because it'll add to your humiliation. Gloucester is my personal Fey domain. I've spent 1,000 years establishing its rules. The logic of the outside world doesn't apply here. My world is all. Here, the weak become strong and the strong become weak. And this place in particular is a world unto itself that reflects my mind even more closely. An insect space that shrinks everyone who enters it. Now do you understand? I didn't grow, you all shrank. You're all as small as the insects you've ground beneath your feet. Murian, how dare you look down on us? Cut this crap out now and turn us back to normal! A mere insect like you will never be able to survive without our help. Oh my, the Fang Clan's third best fighter indeed. It's almost mesmerizing how bold and brazen you are. But... I suppose it's all brawn, no brains, Didn't think how easy it would be for this mere insect to crush you with a finger, did you? Baigan's dead! The strongest warrior in the clan aside from Lord Woodwose! I'm so sorry. He was just so loud. He was starting to annoy me, so I squashed him. You see, everyone, as long as you're in this game board, you're weaker than ants. But once you go outside, you'll be your old, powerful selves again. Though, of course... Squish, 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 squish. The only way for you to get outside is to kill me. Any other clan would probably admit defeat here. But you're the strongest clan in all of Britain, right? Who knows? Maybe you'll actually manage to beat me. Run! Run for your lives! Get outside the ballroom! Head for the forest! Hurry before she smashes it! Super Smash Brothers! Melee! Ah, how truly glorious. They don't even have time to scream before I squish them. I must admit, you're all dumber than I could have imagined. Have you really not grasped that there is no outside here? Try to run to the woods and I'll flatten you with a wave of my hand. Try to run to the lake and I'll churn the water and drown you. Even if you somehow manage to make it to the moon, I'd just eat the whole moon and you with it. It's made of cheese, after all. No matter how many times you die, your next generations will only wake up inside this miniature garden. And I'm going to keep exterminating all of you until your souls are so worn out that no new generations are born. The best thing you can do for yourselves now is plead for mercy. If you're lucky, I might even consider sparing your lives. Well, let's say life, since no more than one of you will make it. Alright then, my teeny-weeny Fang-Clang friends. Clan friends. The night has only just begun. I do hope you enjoy this game. I spent the last 1,000 years putting it together for you, you know. For you, you know. Damn, girl. Take that and that and that! You can't hide from me. Not in the woods, not anywhere. Die, die, die! I want to see you running in a panic, wailing for someone to save you before I grind you to paste. Not fighting back didn't save them. Obeying didn't save them. Running away didn't save them. Everyone I knew, they're all dead. Those Fang Clan barbarians ate them. Bit right into their arms and legs while they were still alive. How dare they call themselves Britain's guardians? They can't make anything themselves. All they do is destroy. Every day they just go around doing whatever they want, all because they happen to be born strong. Then, just when our clan starts pulling ahead of them, they decide to hunt us down for sport. And when they couldn't figure out what to do with the survivors, they decided it'd be easier to just get rid of everyone. That's the worst part of all. Those barbaric wolves just live their whole lives doing whatever pops into their heads. Well, I won't let them get away with this, I swear it. I'm going to make them know what it feels like to be preyed upon, no matter how long it takes. I won't listen to what they have to say. I won't even tell them why I'm doing it. I'm just going to wipe them all out with overwhelming power. Whatever else happens, I can't die before then, even if I'm the last of my clan to survive. I'm going to erase the entire Fang clan from existence. Well, that sound, man. Oh, come on, Koyanskaya, you've done bad things, too. Whether Morgan or the Child of Prophecy wins, Britain will stick around. But things will be very different for it when the Fang Clan gone. Sorry, with the Fang Clan gone. You know what you're doing is foolish, but you still couldn't stop yourself. Such a shame, Murian. To think not even a creature as wise and righteous as you could escape the hatred in your past. You're acting no better than a human, and that's not what I look for in my clients. Huh. That takes care of the 5th bell. According to the prophecy, there's only one left to go now. Yeah, the Mirror Clan's bell. We've been doing everything we can to find it, but to no avail. I'm so sorry we can't be of more help. I've been flying everywhere in search of it, and there just isn't a 6th bell to be found. I can't say I'm not nervous about this, but I think we need to give up on the 6th bell. Besides, we saw in Norwich that Einzel's prophecy isn't perfect, right? So now that Artoria has enough magical energy to cover the entire Round Table army, and with Knocknorea's forces on our side, we should be a good match for the Queen's army. That's true. And now that Lady Knocknorea has agreed to ally with us, we can't afford to be late to the party. I'll call for the 3rd platoon, and the volunteer soldiers we left in Londinium to join us here. As soon as they arrive, we'll set out for Camelot. Are you okay with that, Artoria? The bell could be in Camelot, who knows? Maybe she stole it and moved it somewhere else. It's kind of weird that these bells exist in the first place. I'm sure there's gotta be a twist that explains that. Why do you ask? The bells of pilgrimage are markers of the clan's recognition, right? The Mirror Clan is gone, so I don't need theirs. By the way, I know it's kind of late to ask this now, but what are the bells of pilgrimage anyway? I can tell they're special since the clan heads all protect them, but that's it. Their tolling carries across all Britain. Artoria gets more full of herself every time she rings one. Bells like that are usually just meant to mark the time, right? How do they figure into a pilgrimage? It really is pretty late in the game to be asking that, Muramasa. Even so, I've been wondering the same thing. Putting aside the fact that in proper human history, bells were used to keep fairies away. I actually didn't know that. I also wonder why Ainsel used the word pilgrimage, when this Britain has nothing to do in the way of gods. Has nothing in the way of gods, right? For that matter, not a single fairy we've met has even known how long the bells have existed. Let me guess, they're gonna, like, resurrect Carnunos if they ring all the bells or some bullshit. That's my prediction right now. I'll laugh if it comes true. Well, I'm sure Morgan probably does, but... Can I say something? The bells of pilgrimage are the transformed bodies of the dead clan leaders. Oh, you knew that. They signify obedience to the Fairy of Paradise, and their support of her mission to free Britain. Their ring is a song of apology. It shows that the 6 clans of that time have decided to forgo being the descendants of A-rays, and they were sent to become fairies of the earth. At least that's what I was told. Oh. Huh. You knew, Mashu? A song of apology. I guess that's what a pilgrimage is in this Britain. An apology. The bodies of the clan leaders. So they're not the bodies of the 6 ancestor fairies? That's right. They were at first, but some of them were destroyed by calamities at various points in history. When that happens, either the current clan leader becomes a replacement bell, or the last. Percival, where's Gareth? What is she doing right now? Gareth? She's in Londinium watching over the You know what? Let's have Kenwood, the captain of our recon team, check in on her. We're already preparing a message for Londinium anyway. Commander Percival, we just received an emergency message. There's a fire burning in the south. A big one. A fire? Oh no. It's Londinium. The Queen's army is attacking Londinium. Oof. 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 Oof, 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 oof. The final night. Well, that sounds very, very ominous. I don't know what that actually means for poor old Gareth, but... Damn, bruh. Does that mean she was one of the leaders somehow and just didn't know it? She's gonna become a bell or something? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. That's pretty crazy, you know? Okay, wow. Well, we're gonna wrap it up here. And, I will resume this on Monday, and hopefully we can finish Section 22, 23, and 24 on Monday. And, yeah, I'll schedule a stream for that. I've got, to spend some time with some family and hopefully recoup after the crazy week I've had. I will talk to you all later. Thank you for, what? Get those rewards? What are you talking about? These things? No. I keep them there as storage. But yeah. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, definitely subscribe. And until next time, celebrate your fandom.